Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another Friday night with Mariner of the Spirit. I'm Greg. I'm your host, and we have sort of a unusual show tonight. We have a gentleman that I think we all know that's coming to help me, uh, and that's Austin Maynard, and he's going to be here for the whole show, and then we will be joined hopefully in a while by Ron Iacovetti and Lourdes Gonzalez, who are going to come on too. They were in the doing a premiere for a movie at the Shanling Hotel. Uh, so that's where that is. He's sitting here waiting. He's got his tools already. He's got things going on and making things happening. So before I go ahead and bring him out, I just want to go ahead and mention, like I normally do, the authors. And we have Heather Lee Langdon. We have Ron Iacovetti. We have Lynn Monet. We have Dr. Rebecca Foster. We have Bruce Holliday, Rex Nielsen, Tobias Wayland, Todd Bates. And then I would like to mention the people that I support, and that's Photographs with Tim Miley, who does a lot of great benefits every year, and his money all goes to animals, shelters, PKC, Paranormal Kicks Cancer, Chris Gaskowski and Alex Wilkinson, and they do benefits, haunted events, and things like that across the country for cancer research. And they're great people too. So if you run into any of these people, be sure to say hi. And then the last one is the Jessica Petrie Foundation, and that was the daughter of Howard Petrie, who is Parallax, and he established that after she passed. And it's a resource for expecting mothers and families of pregnant women with mental illness. So that pretty much covers that part. So I'm going to bring my friend in, and I think he just got up and left. Anyway, it's great to be here, and it's great to have some people on here, and Sarah's here, and Kimmy's here, and here's Austin. Here's
I'm
Austin
here.
Maynard.
I get some water, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And we all, I think a lot of us know who Austin is. Austin is a box builder. He is also how could you say, is that a liaison, or what kind of term would you use for when you work with the show?
Oh, I'm the paranormal tech manager for Deathwalker with Nick Groff.
Okay.
And then the founder, owner of the Underground Paranormal Network, and box builder, ITC researcher, experimentalist. Yeah.
You take the ghost and you throw him out the window and see if he floats.
Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. I gave it to Nick. See if he can make it float.
Oh boy, I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So that's really, really cool to have you on, and I appreciate you taking your time to help out tonight.
Yeah, man. I'm always down to help out. I'm always down to come on.
And I love having you on, and it's like old home week. It makes everything a little so much more calmer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
sure,
I know everybody enjoys it too. Real fast, I want to say hello just to a few people. We got Sarah here, who's a fantastic lady. Kimmy Corpse, who's another one, and Victoria Monday. I thought you were on the show, Vicky. I guess I thought she was on with Emmy McKenzie. And Danny Botts, of course, who is one of the guys that's around all the time. I've been going through some things and box wise and applications and looking at different boxes for different types of applications.
Okay.
And if you were going to go ahead and so some of these people that may not know, if you were going to go ahead and pick a box out that, somebody says, well, I don't know what I'm doing yet. And I wanted to go ahead and get a box. I don't know what kind of one to get. What would be your recommendation?
Something simple, easy to use. It's a basic AM, FM, just volume and sweep rate. Something simple like that.
Okay, just a straight forward and reverse it.
Well, you know how it goes. It goes up and down. So, it kind of just goes forward, back, yeah.
So that would be interesting to say.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Basically what KD builds is a very similar thing. Except his doesn't go because his is different. Because mine is more of a triangle, and his is like a triangle, like sawtooth. It's like a weird.
Well, it's
linear slope, and then plants down real fast. It's crazy.
Isn't it linear? One of them's linear, and the other one.
Oh, they're both
random.
Yeah, KD's nanocoms and the microcoms are random, but his but like the Inkbox S and the Inkbox, those are linear sweep. However, like I said, the way that it sweeps, because the way that a sweep circuit works is it produces a waveform. So it comes out like a triangle or sine wave, or a square wave.
Okay.
But the way that my ghost box works is a triangle. A simple triangle. It just goes to the top and then to the bottom. The top to the bottom, right? Now KDs will go up slowly and then sharp drop, and then up slowly, sharp drop. It's not a straight drop, but it's a sharp drop. So his is what they call a sawtooth, is like a triangle. It'll like go up to the top and then drop all the way down. So it's actually kind of like any hacked radio would technically kind of, if it were to show up as a waveform, it would be a sawtooth.
That's pretty cool.
That makes sense. So that's neither here nor there. Usually, but KD with the nanocoms and the microcoms, he uses coding for his for those. Like he actually writes a code for that, versus the like what my box is and what his Inkbox and Inkbox S are, which is just kind of like what they call an analog sweep, which is just a function generator,
Well, I know you guys get together quite a bit, and you got that great show that you guys got together. Have you guys started throwing bananas at each other or anything on that show yet? Or
no, we haven't thrown bananas at each other. We kind of got into a little bit of an argument in the last one, or not this one, not the one yesterday, but the one before last Thursday. I don't know. There was some. It was late, and I was having a rough day, so I was just getting frustrated with shit. But no, we don't have any. I don't know. I think the conversations are interesting, though.
I think I was just going to say I wasn't trying to lead you on to anything as much as.
Oh no.
You guys mesh so well together.
Oh yeah, we're best friends.
Just brothers throw shit at each other. You know that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're fine. We're completely fine. Like, yeah, it was just like I said, it was nothing about him. KD was just being who KD is, and I was just having a rough day and got frustrated with some shit, and it was just bad for me. But but like brothers, we're fine now. We did the show yesterday just fine. Me and him are best friends, so like you said, yeah, we're gonna like brothers will. We're gonna throw shit at each other once in a time.
Well, after a while, when you've been on together for quite some time, that anything like that can happen anyway. You know that. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, we've done those kinds of shows and interviews and stuff together so many times. Like, oh, I mean, we've been friends for I don't know, like 6 years
and
now. So
he still likes you because you're a Bears fan.
he doesn't watch sports, so like,
Well,
you know, I don't have to worry about that necessarily. But you know what? Us Bears fans are going through hard times right now. I wish we would have kept Justin Fields. I don't care. We should have kept Justin. We should have kept Justin and got Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, but they did him dirty and got rid of him, and now we got this Caleb Williams coming in. I don't even want them to take Caleb Williams. I want them to take Jaden Daniels. But that's just me.
I have to agree with you on that because of the way things went down in the end. In his last game, the last game he played in, didn't they lose by like 3 points?
Yeah, yeah,
Something
they
like
lost.
that, or
Yeah,
2
because it was the
points.
Packers. Yeah, it was the
No,
fucking Packers.
I'm saying Caleb at
Oh,
Southern Cal.
oh, I didn't watch any of his college games.
Yeah, well, there was one of those playoff games at the end, and it was a real shootout, you know. And he just came.
I just
up
think
short.
he's coming in too cocky, man.
Well,
I
I'll
just
tell you
think he's
what.
coming in a little too cocky, dude. I don't know.
Oh, that don't work in Chicago.
No, even Jalen Johnson had a comment to say. He said something about like he's gonna have to prove it or something. Like, you know, it's like, oh, and I think they were talking about it with Skip Bayless and Keyshawn Johnson about how Jalen Johnson was kind of like, you know, I mean, because everybody in the Bears locker room was not, nobody was happy about Justin leaving.
No,
They wanted the team to keep him.
That was his locker room.
Everybody, even the fans wanted him to stay, even though some of them were like, "Oh, Caleb." You know, now in hindsight, it's kind of like, damn, we really did him dirty because he is a great player, man. And I don't know why the hell we decided to just, I don't know. It's almost as bad as when they slapped Urlacher in the face with a 1 year, $2 million contract or so, like a veteran minimum contract. Like, really?
Urlacher.
Urlacher, like, this dude still has like 3 or 4 years left in him, right? Like when they gave him that fucking slap in the face deal. He had 3 or 4 solid years left in him, and they just like, nope. And so he just retired. Damn. I don't know. In polls we trust, but
yeah, you got that right. So with everything that you do, as far as you have all your locations again this year?
Well, yeah, I have them every year.
And those are the same places, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can, why don't you mention those so everybody will get an idea of what's available, and they're all in Ohio?
6 out of the 7 are in Ohio. There is one in Kentucky, in Maysville, Kentucky, actually.
In Maysville. What is it?
Maysville. It's an old 5 and dime store, actually. But the building was built by slaves back in the 1800s, and so I mean, Maysville itself, Maysville, Kentucky, is like the entire town was built by slaves. It's kind of crazy. And actually, Maysville was one of the main stops along the Underground Railroad. So I mean, there's a lot of reason for it to be haunted, but there's that one. We call it the old Murphy Building, but it's actually the Back in Time Antiques Emporium. So it's actually filled with antiques. So it's pretty cool. And then I got the Broadwell Funeral Home down in Felicity, Ohio, which is 1910 Funeral Home. some kind of crazy stuff that happened there, and speculation about, you know, a little girl that was held up in a disappointment room up in the attic, and even like the neighbors coming to the owner and asking him about a little girl, and of course, you know, he doesn't have a little girl, so he's like kind of wondering like what the hell they're talking about. But then you start to realize that her she has a birth certificate. This little girl is the daughter of the guy who built the place, Christopher Broadwell, and his daughter is Rosa Lee.
Look at this. They just came in.
Hi, surprise.
What's up, guys?
You have to take every opportunity you get to hang out with Austin Maynard. Anytime
And Greg.
it comes up, and Mr. Greg Thompson.
Well, you know, I wasn't. Greg asked me to do the show, and so I was like, all right, man, yeah, I'll do it. And then he's like, oh, Ron and Lourdes are gonna be on at 10:15, and I was like, oh, well, all right, well then I'm gonna stay on a little bit longer.
It was, you know, my clock was off. Okay, as far as the hour difference,
because he's central, and we're eastern, so like.
And then I started figuring that since you guys were doing this premiere, like that it was probably going to take, you know, you can't just walk out on it. Right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Is that a congrats moment? I don't know. Okay, all right. Congratulations.
There's a Haunted Shanley Hotel documentary that Billy Lewis from Scare Network TV did with Sean Austin, Eric Connor, Chris Mendes, and they asked us to do it a few months back. Older version of Staticon we did, but Shanley's a great spot, and so they were premiering it, you know, and doing a whole little launch thing today for it. So, but the time difference worked
funny
out.
Story. You said Billy Lewis.
Yeah.
Orange Street Films.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be. Him and Sean Austin are filming the documentary for me and JW.
I heard. I saw that.
Yeah,
He's
April
very
2nd.
talented.
Yeah, I will tell you that.
Yeah.
You should tell Jay too that you guys are very fortunate because he did a fantastic job with this Shanley documentary. I mean, he's a really talented filmmaker.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're gonna be happy.
He's very good.
Because we are on a shoestring budget, and I mean, we finally got all of the money that we needed, and I mean, man, it's like like we're gonna be eating crumbs basically the whole time, but we were able to get Mike, Chris, and Brandon from the Wraith Chasers out. We got the hotel rooms for a week. We got the location for a week. And JW actually has like all the experiments already like planned out, laid out, and everything. And we're still working on I know he's working on some of the detail, like the shot list and the call sheets and all that stuff for Billy and Sean. But yeah, Billy and Sean are going to be filming the documentary for us. So we'll be seeing them in a couple of weeks.
That's awesome.
That's good. Yeah, you're in good hands with that.
Yep.
Actually, not even. It'll be April 2nd. So what's that? 10 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It felt like it was like 2 months ago. Man.
Shadows.
How long has it been? How long have I been playing that? It's been a while. Quite a while, actually. But I'm glad your thing went well.
Yeah, thank you. It was good. It was good.
You have a good crowd? Good turnout? Good turnout? Good crowd?
Well, it was a it's Scare Network TV is going to be showing it on all the platforms like Roku and everything else. So
it came out today.
He did a podcast like this today just to have us all on to talk about it and what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a podcast premiere episode we did tonight, just like as a launch for it. But
it came out today at 6 p.m.
But it came out today. It was good. It was good.
Oh yeah. Do you guys know what the numbers are yet or anything?
No, it just came out.
So
I don't think there are any numbers yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there was like a viewership rating for the premiere or something. I don't know. I mean, we have an exclusivity deal for the documentary with Scare Network TV. I think for like a year. And so, like, I guess I was just curious, like, how much of an audience do they get? Exactly.
You know, perhaps that Perhaps he does, but he hasn't told us yet since it just came out.
Yeah, it literally just released today,
Yeah.
so we don't
Well,
know.
I know that he's also. I know that Scare Network TV. He just kind of started that up, didn't he? Like not too long ago.
He's been working on it for when we filmed this thing. He was working on it back then, but he had to take the platform down. He was retooling stuff, so it's
Yeah.
still fairly new. But the production quality behind what he churns out is good. So you'll have like the cinematic feel to what you guys are going to be doing. Like the presentation is going to be good. You guys just need to worry about what you do. In the filmmaking part, he's really good at.
He puts it together, and it's good. He's a talented man.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, man, that makes me excited now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I saw that he was coming out. Him and Sean were coming out to do it. I forget where I saw it, but
You didn't even have to point anything out to him or anything to say, "Hey, we're not doing this right." You just went right ahead and just zoomed right through the whole thing.
No, no, I'm sure. I think JW probably posted about it. I'm sure he did. He's posted several updates recently about the documentary. I know he's posted, like, yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure he posted some details, like saying that Billy was filming and everything. Yeah, so yeah, but it's gonna be cool, man. We're gonna have 6 total experiments at this location, and I mean, it's gonna be, it's gonna be wild, man. Especially because at the place that we're doing it at is the grain elevator, which I mean, I know that you guys wouldn't know about it, but like the grain elevator is one of the darkest hauntings that I've ever experienced. I mean, this thing is like can physically hurt people. Like if you've done it multiple times, as well as apparently even taken somebody out of their body. And like I've had multiple psychics like witness the event. They told me like she was floating above herself. However, whatever that means. So I mean, like it's a powerful thing, and it even held JW down apparently. Like way back in the day, like several years ago, when he came out for an event, he was actually like physically held down. And JW is a Marine, and when you get held down, like that's significant. Like he said, he's never been handled like that, and so now we're gonna shoot this documentary there where he's gonna basically attempt to face this thing.
And it's probably healing for him. It's probably healing for him.
It would probably be mentally, like help him, like, you know, just kind of get a sense of like for his own confidence and everything, right? Yeah. But at the same time, though, I mean, you know, the whole idea behind what he's doing is like the astral travel. It's like essentially being able to investigate from the other side in a local realm is what he calls it. And so, I mean, now he's talking about going in there by himself to try to take on this dark entity that is powerful enough to be able to physically hold him down in our plane of existence. Yeah. Now imagine going over there to his world. And so I'm a little bit nervous about it, but we're gonna see what happens, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. The potential data that you can get from doing something like this, because he's doing like brain entrainment, right? There's going to be stuff that has to do with with altered states of consciousness,
right?
Yeah. It's basically like I mean, it's lucid dreaming in a way. But like using frequencies that are being fed not only to the participants, and there's 6 of them that are aligned in a specific pattern based on a lot of it is numerology. Like a lot of it is a combination of like not just like the CIA, the gateway process and all that, but like with the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Sumerians, like frequencies, things that they would get it, you know, because they used to like a lot of the temples and the structures that they built back in the day, when you would go inside, they resonate. You know, you could speak and then it would all resonate at a certain frequency. And so like he's taking all of that into account, and like and even included like a catalytic piece of the experiment, which is basically just like blasting loud as shit like blasting a combination of specific frequencies into the atmosphere to, he calls it, condition the environment for what we're planning to do with the travel. So, I mean, essentially, yeah, I mean, he's manipulating himself to be able to literally have an out of body experience in a local plane where this thing is. And this thing is powerful enough. I mean, do you guys know who, I doubt, Brandy, do you know who Brandy Marie is? She was on 28 Days Haunted.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm sure you know who she is, right?
Yep.
Brandy? Yeah, Brandy Marie. She's one of my best friends. So she is a very, very, very good psychic medium, and she won't go back in the grave. She's had too many instances where it's brought her down to her knees, or even when we were filming for that show, Most Haunted Places, like the remake, like the remake of it. I brought her out so she could be interviewed, and she was crying during the interview because she said she could feel this thing like right behind her, had like his hand on her shoulder or something, and she was just trying not to keep it together on camera.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, it's nerve wracking to worry like, okay, well, JW is about to go in there and face this thing, and it's his turf. I don't know. We don't know what the results are going to be, right?
Right.
It's interesting though.
I
But he will have
apologize.
EEG machines too, though, like
Right.
brainwaves. We're going to be monitoring and recording the brainwaves, all the theta, beta, meta, all the stuff.
And it's going to have, he's got the magnetic, that's what the brain entrainment's being called by, right? Like similar to like what the God helmet does. He's going to be altering.
No, it's going to be audible frequencies, actually.
Just through audible? Okay.
But he shouldn't go in there alone. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
Oh,
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, he should have at least one person so they can monitor him. Because in case if something happens, they can try to maybe get him out of it.
So they don't have to worry about going in there and finding them strung up.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we're trying to figure out at the moment. I mean, Brandy is supposed to come out and like, because she won't go back in, but she said that she'd be willing to sit outside on the property and like travel, because she's, you know, she can do it very well normally. So she said she's going to do that outside of the greenery and kind of guide him and like help him if, you know, if she senses that it's real dangerous. But now she's telling me that she might not be able to make it. And I'm like, okay.
That's fascinating. Because I astral projected. Well, I had an audio. I astral projected when I was younger. But recently, and a couple of years ago, I had 2 out-of-body experience that happened to me. Yeah. But I don't know. I can't do it, you know, like they do. Well, but I've had it happen.
And that's the fascinating thing about JW's experiment is that like it's literally like not only are you being fed specific frequencies for like, I mean, these things will last like 40 minutes long. Like these things are 40 minutes long. Like basically these participants, he calls it a SEPA, right? It's a 6-pointed star. Or it's a 5-pointed star with a 6 point in the middle, which is supposed to be the center. But so like they're fed, they have soundproof headphones on, and they're supposed to lay back with blindfolds and a cot, and they're going to be fed these frequencies. They're fed like a certain set of frequencies for the first 10, 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. And then like it changes frequencies, and there's apparently even audible instructions within those frequencies that are trying to help you essentially open or walk through the doorway, I guess, you know, like somehow the doorway is going to open in your mind and you're going to like take a step through. But the whole thing with the world gate, which is what the big experiment is that we're going to be trying to like open that doorway and then hold it open. And we're going to be doing that with a combination of like all the participants going in with the intent of doing that, as well as the catalyst frequencies being blasted into the air. Like it's going to be like a whole bunch of things to try to hold it open. And then once the experiment is done, based on what happened at the Conjuring House with like the Conjuring House experiments, I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but based on what happened there. And I don't think that this particular part made it into the documentary, but basically after they finished the experiment, like the house went off the rails active. Like the activity was crazy. And apparently there were like 5 or 6 of those guys that were running around the house, apparently chasing like this woman in a white dress, but they were like very visual, like they could see her and they were running towards her. They would turn around and they'd see her in another part of the house. But it's like crazy. So we're wondering, I mean, we're talking 6 experiments.
Yeah.
I mean, how much are we going to fucking, like, I'm looking forward to this.
When you guys came on, I apologize because I didn't really introduce you guys to everybody in the chat, and that was me, Austin. That was me. That's my dime. But anyway, there's Ron Iacovetti and Lourdes Gonzalez, and so if anybody in the audience doesn't know who these people are, they should pay real close attention because these people are really, really on it right now. I think. I know.
Thank you.
This is like a great show when you have 3 people. Well, I don't consider myself to be anywhere close because all I do is Estes methods. So I'm just, but when you start talking about out of body, I've been having a lot of that lately, and a lot of it is from channeling.
Right.
And instead of just going ahead and, I've got my box and I start out and everything's fine. And then the next thing I know, I'm having a conversation with somebody. And this is on the show that we do. We did tonight's Friday night, right? So we did the show on Wednesday is the one that's, the one Spirits Connect. And I had 3 of them ask me, how did that happen? And I says, I have no idea.
Right. That's what happened to me. I was at once. It was weird, especially with the second one. After it happened, I had like a whole mix of emotions. I was happy. I was sad. I was shocked. It was weird. It was freaking weird. I was freaking out. The first one wasn't as bad. It was different, I guess. I don't know why, but yeah, it's crazy when that happens. It's absolutely crazy. And then when you don't have any control of it, it's even, I don't know, like, it's just weird.
Yeah. We don't have control of a lot of things that we think we have control of. We don't have control of our next thought. We don't have control of our dreams. We don't have control sometimes about how we react or feel to something. There's a lot of misconception with this whole idea of free will. Free will is kind of a red herring, in the way that which we define it.
It is.
It really is, and that's what I love about the stuff that Austin's involved with and what you guys are doing, because studying, and this is largely connected to consciousness, which unlike popular belief through the physicalist worldview, which has kind of been adopted since the pre-Enlightenment 17th century, when it was purely for the purposes of scientists not getting beheaded and burned at the stake, where they separated, matters of spirit or mystical stuff from physical stuff so they could operate without getting killed. It's flawed. It's not coherent as a view of reality. Consciousness is not created by the brain. The brain is within consciousness. And when they open the gate doing what they're going to do, they should be able to keep it open, and they should be able to produce some incredible results doing it, because it's in league with what we know, or what really makes the most sense theoretically for what reality is.
Well, I don't know. See, like, I think that JW and I are kind of both at an understanding that, like, we don't believe that, at least not with this one, that it's going to be anything like groundbreaking. I think it could be pioneering in the sense of like a new path that people can look at, even though JW is really the only one that's like attempting it like this, I guess. I mean, for the time being, at least until this documentary comes out. And then, of course, I'm sure there will be other people that will try to attempt it, which, of course, is what as a community, as a field, that's what we want, is people to try to take it and make it better, take it further. Obviously, JW wants to be the one to take it the furthest, and so
well, they have to have an understanding and a respect for what he's doing before they can adopt it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is like he spent so many years on this.
That's my point.
And yeah, and I wanted to, you brought up something about like free will. I wanted to add to that. I was listening to a lecture that had like a number of physicists on it. I can't remember whoever all of them were. I know Neil deGrasse Tyson was one of them, and there was a couple of other guys that were on there. But one of them was talking about how like you said, free will does not exist in the sense of us being able to control what, like, our choices, because honestly, based on the way that binary code is written, and when you think about all of your thoughts, everything, all of our feelings, all of our emotions have binary code. It's all written out as binary code, and honestly, everything that and especially because your brain starts getting active. They've actually done studies on this, that your brain starts having activity even before you know that you're going to have to make a decision.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right.
They have done studies of it. One of the interesting things is that they use that. It's an NCC. It's a neural correlate of consciousness, and they try to use that to suggest that the brain creates consciousness. But what that shows is that the brain is experiencing. It's having a conscious experience, but you could have a conscious experience, like when you dream, like when you're breathing now, you're not cognizant of your breathing, but it's happening until now I call your attention to it. Now you're aware of it. So there's a difference. A lot of people conflate the idea of consciousness and metaconsciousness, which is not only to have the experience, but know that you have the experience. Metaconsciousness is different. So when they say that you have a reaction to something, your brain's already doing something, that's consciousness. When you report that back to yourself, that's metaconsciousness. So it does not show that the brain creates the thought or the brain is creating the conscious experience. It shows that you have conscious experiences that you're not all aware of all the time. We're not metaconsciousness of everything that we have. Every experience.
So really, it's your brain's. Your brain is firing the signals in reaction to the fact that this decision is coming up. Like in the timeline of the predetermined, the numbers that say like this is predetermined, like Austin is going to be walking outside to smoke real quick, pretty soon here. And before I even think about that, apparently my brain signals are already firing up right before I'm about to think it. And so it's already predetermined essentially that I am going to make that decision at that time. And so now when you talk about the metaconsciousness and all that stuff, now imagine being able to control the traveling. Like imagine it, like, and you lose control. That is very correct. A lot of times, especially when you're dreaming and you don't know how to travel necessarily, or you haven't done it very much, like, you're not going to know what you're doing. I mean, it's not going to be, you're just going to kind of go where you go. Right. But the whole idea with Jay's experiment is that you're going to be able to control where you want to go. Wow. Like you're going to be fully aware that you are traveling, and you're going to actually, like I said, these audible instructions are going to help you cross over, and then you are going to have the ability to go anywhere in the world. But see, Jay's theories though aren't just anywhere physically in the world. It could be any time.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea is that in this reality, time and space are not perceived the same way that we perceive it.
Time and space are experiences. Experience is the only one that nature, the only one given that nature has, the one ontological primitive that we have is experience.
Yep.
Exactly. Experience has primacy. So absolutely, he can do a lot of that stuff. When you dream, that's a dissociative state. When you come out of the dream, in the dream, you don't identify with everything in the dream. You're you, and then the dream is happening around you, but in reality, it's all you.
Right.
In the dream, but you're dissociated from the dream part of it, and then when you wake up the next day, you don't mourn the death of your dream avatar. It's dissociated.
Right.
So what he's doing,
Right.
I think, with this, I would not downplay the possibilities of what you may pull out of this data wise. I wouldn't downplay it. I think groundbreaking might be appropriate.
Well, what I guess the whole thing I was saying with that part though was more or less like it's still an infancy in the infancy stages. So like, you know, what we're collecting right now. I mean, the fact that we're even going to be able to collect you know, EEG data of the participants, how all of this is happening, not only recording it but monitoring it live.
Right.
You know, we're going to have other control measures around, but like we don't really have a whole lot of other, like we're still trying to work on other pieces of data to be attained like during this experiment. Like really we want like with the next experiment we're hoping to be able to have environmental data, like be able to set up environmental sensors around each participant and see if there's any kind of physical change that can be detected when they supposedly leave their bodies.
Right.
And so like some of that stuff, you know, that's why I say like this one may not be the one that could come with like some groundbreaking data, but like, I mean, I think it would be pioneering in the sense of like, you know, kind of opening up the idea into the paranormal world, I guess.
Right.
But when they're monitoring, would it show the brain activity if it's less? So it may turn out to be groundbreaking because if you do it and you notice that the brain has less activity instead of more, then that's showing you that there's consciousness out there.
And that's
because the brain is supposed to produce more activity if you're having an experience like
any experience
it has more. So if they're having an experience and it's detailed and they know what's going on and they're doing things and it has less activity, that's telling you something.
The groundbreaking
something.
element to this is that the accepted world instantiation, the view of science that everybody adopts, is that there's a physical 3D world out there and our brain creates consciousness and then we perceive it through our limited sense input. But in tests that have been done before with people when they're doing psychedelics and the brain activity is close to death as you can possibly get, they had the most vivid visceral experiences ever. So if the brain was the creator of consciousness, you would have to have equal. Every time you had an experience, you would have to have activity in the brain that matched, that correlated with it. The thing that they do is that they try to correlate causality and the experience together, because when you have an experience, there's brain activity, but that does not mean that it's the causality that's behind it. You every time you see a fire, you correlate a fire truck and firemen, but that does not mean that they caused the fire just because you can correlate the two things. You know what I'm saying?
You know, let me just throw this out to you. Perhaps, and you can do with it as you may, but perhaps monitor your experiencers first. Monitor without the whole experiment. Monitor their brain activity first.
Good idea.
Then you do the experiment, and then you can compare the brain activity.
Yeah, you
have a control for the brain waves.
Create a baseline.
You want to get a reading for what their brain activity is prior to, because what she said is huge, and the reason it's groundbreaking,
and that will be groundbreaking.
It's groundbreaking because of the accepted worldview is that our brain creates consciousness. But if you have less brain activity while they're having heightened experiences or out of body or whatever, that completely turns it on its head. It cannot be the cause behind brain activity. Brain activity can't be the cause for the experience if they have a reduction in activity and an elevation in experience.
Right.
It doesn't. It has to match up if it's the cause.
Before it starts, wouldn't you have to have all your test subjects on an equal level? In other words, if you were going to
not necessarily, because each participant's audio is catered specifically to them. Like we actually get like a lot of personal information that all translates into numbers. Like their birth location, right? That has geographic locations. Those are numbers that all can be tied into it. Like stuff like that. And so their audio that they are being fed through their noise canceling headphones is specific to them. So it couldn't even if their brain waves, it would be impossible really to sync up to people's brain waves exactly, because we're not just looking at the left and the right side, right? We're looking at all of the different, the alpha, the beta, like all of these different waves. I mean, I guess that's going to be really the difficult part to really sift through, I guess, is because, I mean, how we're going to have to be able to correlate the specific spikes in certain data with not only with what we see on the cameras and everything like that, but I mean, the biggest challenge that is currently in place is is that most of it is reliant on the experiences of the people that took the ride, so to speak.
Right.
And so, like, one of JW's protocols is, after the experiment, like, each one of the 6 participants is going to be sitting in their spot until it's their turn to give the interview. And the interview is they're supposed to be kept separated and not talk, and like, it has to be controlled so that each person can give their own account of what they experienced, and then we do like a group session and kind of like tie whatever together, right? And see, like, and with like Nick and Tessa, when we did it on for Deathwalker, like, I mean, there's some pretty crazy correlations, like similarities between their stories and like things that they were talking about. Like how one person, it was like different perceptions of the same experience. It was really weird.
See?
But I mean, Tessa sat up in her area for like half hour, 45 minutes after the experiment. She just sat up there twiddling her thumbs, like, so now we're talking, and that was just because Nick had to do his interview first, and Nick's interview lasted about 30 minutes. So now imagine 6 participants.
Yeah.
That 6th spot, man, you're going to be there for like 2.5, 3 hours before you get interviewed.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, but I mean, like, so again, we're still talking about, like, it's going to be hearsay, essentially.
Well,
kind of.
If you think that idea is a good idea, maybe run it through past him, because I think that's a good idea.
And is it fMRI that where they can tell somebody actually what they're dreaming? Is that what it is? Is that the fMRI, not EEG?
Well, EEG is just data collection for brainwaves. Like it's just like a headband. Like the EEG just does like the brainwave measurement, right? But the MRI is where they can actually see the brain activity as it's happening.
Yeah, I think it's fMRI, because that's one of the contentions with near-death experiences, is that when they get NDE reports, if it happens when the brain activity is all but shut down, then that's your case for consciousness existing outside of the physical body, and that the body's within 100%. Consciousness, not the other way around. The problem, the contention from physicalist science is that when the brain reboots, because if it's not a near-death experience, then you don't hear the story. Nobody comes back to report on it. If they come back and report on it, there's a period of time when the brain cells come out of hibernation. You have a rebooting kind of thing. So the contention is that they don't know, because when somebody has a near-death experience, they're not set up with an experiment. So they can't timestamp that the time that they had all this information that they shouldn't have possibly known. They can't timestamp that during the frame which they were clinically dead with no brain activity. It could have been during the reboot.
That's what they.
So if you can timestamp an experience, that's huge.
And see, that's where it's going to be hard, especially because, I mean, like we say, the way that time will be perceived over on that, like, time doesn't exist, I guess, essentially, like, over on that realm. So, or at least not the way that we experience it. So, I mean, like, what is going to be 40 minutes to us? I've heard people, I've heard people talk about, if you guys ever heard of salvia, like that trippy drug, or it was like spice back in the day, like you would smoke it, you have a trippy experience for like 10 minutes or whatever. Right. So I've heard people talk about, like, they would smoke it and then be gone for like 6 years. Like, whole life, a family, kids, come back, and it's only been 10 minutes in their reality.
Space and time are the appearance of cognitive proximity.
And so now, once we go into this other state, once we go into this other state, what is it going to be like? Is it like going to be where, you know, you could be gone for 10 years, come back, and it's only been 40 minutes, right? I mean, or could you be gone 10 minutes and it seemed like 10 minutes or something, and you'd be gone an hour?
Yeah,
like what,
I think you
know
meant
what I
time
mean?
stepping here.
Yeah. I meant time stamping it here, but yeah, no, space time is
Right.
it's a cognitive construct. Think about it. You can't point and go, look, see that over there? That's the past. That right over there, that's the past. And then see over there, that's the future. Every time you do that, even when I do it now, it's already not now anymore. You know what I mean? It's
right.
So it always happens in the now. So I don't think that the space-time thing is an issue for what you're trying to do. I think anything you can correlate with the experiences, especially if different people have different conscious experiences while they're technically not in body. And what you're doing is you're shutting down when they're in that state. They're no longer receiving sensory input anymore. Right.
So I guess, I guess what JW says is that he feeds them 4 to 7 hertz. Is kind of like the base frequencies.
Eyes covered, ears covered, except with the frequency, not moving. Right. And what are they laying on? Something soft or something almost like water? A cot. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you don't have the sensory input obfuscating other senses. It's those other experiences are there to be had. This is one of the arguments we have with the paranormal, right? If you go outside during the day and you look up in the sky, the stars you see at night are still there. You don't experience that because they're being obfuscated by the sun and everything else that are taking precedence on your sensory input. When you shut those down and you control the subjects like you're going to do, you're going to get results that you wouldn't normally get.
Yeah. No, and I agree. I think, you know, just being on this side of it, though, like I see all these limitations and like all these, like you can start to see like how you can do it better, right? Like how you could get deeper data with each thing. And I, you know, and like I said, I look at this right now.
That's because you're an innovator, Austin. You have not found a laurel you're comfortable resting on.
Well, no, but once I get comfortable, then it's like, well, then what?
That's my point. That's my point.
I can't just sit around and be happy or content with anything like the way that it is. You know, I'm always trying to make it better or take it further. Right? Especially
what you guys are attempting to do is by no means pedestrian in nature. It's very unique. It's incredibly profound. And I think if you come away with any data, that's phenomenal. And I think you will.
Yeah, I think that we will. I mean, we'll definitely come away with EEG data. You know, I just wish that there was more than just that. I mean, we will have all the footage. We will have audio from his system, his intercom system, which is basically like a direct link audio kind of. It's a different code, but it's still that audio, but it's being fed into like 8 different speakers. And then each speaker has a microphone on top, so it'll loop it back to the system onto a monitor on our trailers, so we can watch the waveforms as they come in and shit. But I mean, it's insanely like complex.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about like data collection, it's the data collection aspect of it is limited to video, audio, and the EEG. But I mean, and the experiences. But I guess, you know, but that's why I say like this is still in the infancy. Like, you know, give us 2, 3, 4 experiments down the line, and you know, we've been able to build some new pieces for it, and you know, build some sensors. That's the big thing. Is JW wanted to build like sensors specific, like a whole system where it could monitor and have a computer like read the data live as the entire building is covered with sensors, right?
Giant
like,
room.
Dude, no, not a giant. Like JW's trailer, it's not very big. It's like a 10 or 15 foot trailer, but like he's got 5 or 6 monitors, like computer monitors set up that are monitoring He's got one that has like a 16 feed camera system. He's got 2 that are running the audio. He's got like one that, because he has 2 different kinds of cameras actually. He's got like a regular DVR camera, and then he's got a PoE setup, and he's got like 6 or 7 PoE cameras that are like super high quality, like freaking like you almost could film a normal documentary with it. That crazy. And so like there's definitely a lot of it, but eventually we're just gonna have to get further to be able to collect more data, because like I think the more data that you come with, the more it's going to be like accepted, I guess, right? Especially when you're talking about the scientific community, you want to come with data, hard data.
No, that's true. But remember, the scientific community, science is in the business of being less wrong. Right? Science is in a position to model and predict the behaviors of reality, the behaviors of nature, but it doesn't speak to what nature is. Right. It doesn't tell you what reality is. It models it and predicts it. It doesn't speak to what it is. Measurements and data are the description of the thing, right? You can't, and that's the problem. That's where science has gone wrong since pre-enlightenment, is because we have taken the measurements and we have made it the thing. We put the numbers ahead of the thing being measured. That would be to take the map and take the territory out of the map. Instead, the map is a representation of the territory. It points to something else. So everything that's measured and calculated is a representative of the thing. It's not the thing in and of itself. If you say that the measurements and the numbers are the real thing, then that's to say that the map precedes the territory.
Well, no, I mean, I guess that's not necessarily what I'm trying to like get at either, though. Is it's more or less like when we're talking about at least being taken seriously, or like, I don't want to say accepted, but like, be even considered and looked at as a possible like reality in a sense, and not even a reality, but you get my point. Like,
I
like,
get your point.
Like even the Gateway process, that document that they did at the Monroe Institute, right? Like even that was looked at by the CIA. I mean, they may not have done much with it, but they at least looked at it because they thought there was something going on. But that was at the same time that they were looking at, like they had the Stargate project going, and they also had MK Ultra, and they had all those different other ones that they were trying to check, study the mind.
That's why
they're still doing it today.
That's why I'm pointing out what the world view, the world instantiation of what science is, because it's a physicalist or materialist based system, which is putting the measurements before the thing in and of itself. Your experiencers for this project are huge. If you can get them perhaps to report back stuff from other places that they should not be able to otherwise report, that you can validate afterwards, stuff like that is relevant. Our culture has gotten so wrapped up with modeling and trying to predict behavior that we're forgetting to read the letter for the sake of describing the envelope, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's so much to the experience himself. So you'll get taken seriously and you'll get looked at the right way, but you have to understand that materialist science says that this stuff shouldn't be possible to begin with, but it is.
I think that the more that they're digging into the quantum mechanics and quantum physics, like the more they're starting to learn. I mean, they've even discovered that quantum entanglement is a reality.
Sure.
Like they've actually proven it without the use of fiber optic cables. So, I mean, if they're able to do that, I think that, they're talking like a distance of it wasn't far. It was like 60 miles or something like that. It really wasn't like a huge distance, but it doesn't matter. The point is that it worked. It fucking worked. It's real.
That's the whole idea behind unified field theory. There's 11 known quantum fields, and they're trying to come out with a unified theory to kind of.
Yes. And so now if, because like quantum theory is really diving into like, it's real in depth, and, quantum physics is not it's completely different than regular physics. So I think that if we can start to understand quantum physics, which I don't think we're anywhere near close at the moment, but we're taking the steps in right now.
Yeah.
I think that may give us a better idea of the nature of our universe, not just our physical universe, I guess.
Right.
Because even like I always bring this shit up, and I do it every single time, but I'm telling you, dark matter, man, like 80% of the universe is just filled with literal matter that just doesn't interact with photons.
Right.
So like quantum, I think quantum mechanics, like the more that they dig into quantum mechanics, the more they're going to find out about that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's quantum field theory is big on that because they've even come to the determination that a particle is not an actual little ball marble thing that actually exists. A particle is a behavior of the field of subjectivity. It's not a thing in and of itself. That's another part of the problem with this stuff is that we've gotten so comfortable with language and labeling and needing to name things to speak about them that we give things proper noun names that are not things, right? Like, what is that?
I was just about to do that. I was just about to do that.
The fist, right? Where did it go? It was never a thing. It was a doing. This is a behavior of the field of subjectivity. It's not a thing. That's the point. So they are learning more with that. And I think that quantum field theory is going to add a lot of backbone and support to this.
Yeah. But I think that the data that we would be collecting, and I get what you're saying, and I agree with you 100%. But I think that there needs to be some steps taken with regards to like, what do we got to do to overcome the hump, or like to get over that hump? Not necessarily like when you think about okay, you know what I'm saying when I say over the hump, right?
Like, I know exactly what you're saying.
Being like fully accepted as reality, right?
Fully accepted is not going to happen in our lifetime, I don't think.
Not under those.
No, I agree with you 100%. Not in our lifetime. But when you look at the grand scale, what do you think that would require?
Well, it would take a reframing of reality. It would take a lot of data. That's part of, so we've been.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily have to reframe the reality, but data. I think you would have to come with so many corroborating points of data.
That would absolutely help, but one of the reasons that data is paramount in science is because when you have something that's in league with the accepted paradigm or worldview, right? If somebody tries to debunk what you do and they recreate something that they say is the same thing, even if it's not, but they produce a similar kind of result. They go, oh, I debunked your thing. I was able to recreate it. You do something that you say is phenomenal, and they go, do it again. Can you do it again? Do it again. Same conditions, do it again. Because what's being questioned, what's being threatened is not science. It's a paradigm. The belief system is what's on the table, not science itself. That's the reason why statistics are so important, that we need them. But it's a paradigm shifting, and that usually happens a lot of times when an older generation dies off and newer people like you who make it impossible to ignore the data and the results you get, people like Jay pushing the bounds, make the data stuff that's you can't look at it and just dismiss it. And you can't do it and say you're a person of science because that's scientific. That's not science. Science is a method of inquiry. It's not an ideology. So you can't just push it away because it doesn't fit into your paradigm. But that's part of the problem, and we think the reframing of reality is important because we have been speaking to what's called analytic idealism, which is that reality is mental, that there isn't a physical world out there. The world out there exists. It exists, but it is a representation of what's out there. It's not the thing in and of itself.
Right.
We could not have a mirror to reality and take it all in as it exists in fully. We would be entropic soup. We would just our whole core and our cells would melt. It's too much. It's a representation. Like when you go on your computer, you have an icon. You open a folder. You open another folder. There's an icon. You double click it. A video plays. That's a representation of the thing. It's not the thing itself. If you had to see every line of code, every extension, and everything that went into the process, your head would explode. So reality in nature works the same way. We have limited sensory input, and we see things as a representation of what they are. Now, why is this important? Because of the data and the stuff that you collect. If reality is mentation, then you have mental stuff mixing with mental stuff instead of having mental stuff having to try to mix with physical stuff that has no qualitative properties. See what the problem is?
Yes. Although I would throw out that two similar, very vague similar cases, but think about the UFO disclosure. Think about how UFOs for a long time, for millennia, was considered pseudoscience. That we were the only people in the entire universe I mean, of
Right.
course, you had those people that knew otherwise, right? But you know, that's something that is now they're having to admit, like that there's some shit going on here. And then you start looking, but and it like with this, it's about experience. Like people are experiencing these things,
Yes.
and you look at data. When you look at the data that they provide, the data provided is based on experiences. It's based on
Yes.
it's also based on you know, captured data in regards to like audio or like video and pictures of these, you know, especially shared, like mass experience, like multiple people
Yes.
experiencing the same thing at once. But it
Yeah.
has to be the same thing. But then you look at the data that's collected by like MUFON, right? Like the Mutual UFO Network.
Right.
Like they'll collect all that data, and you can look at a map and like see hotspots and see like where specific instances are very like where a mass sighting may have happened,
Yeah.
right? And
You
so
can
like I
have
think
those.
that you can I think that another thing is dark matter too. And I mean, another one is dark matter. The only reason that they know that it's there is because of gravitational lensing. If they didn't have gravitational lensing, they would not. But it's still a theory. It's not like proven, like by science, but all scientists accept it as reality.
Right. Science will do that. Science accepts the idea
It's
that
so weird, man.
listen, there's more evidence for paranormality and for stuff that you and Jay have done alone, never mind the rest of the community, just you two, right? To support that there is realism to paranormality. But there's less pushback for this alternate dimensions popping into existence idea that says, you know, you make a decision, right? Everything's in a state of probability. You make a decision, and then at that same time, another you pops into existence in another reality, in another dimension, and makes a different decision. They use that because it explains every possibility. It's a complete red herring. It doesn't go anywhere, right? When you have a theory that explains everything, it explains nothing. You understand? If the theory allows for everything, it doesn't explain anything.
You know, it's funny because like this is the kind of things that guys like Michio Kaku,
yes,
theoretical physicists, this is the kinds of things that they would say. Is that like it's all, if it's possible, then we have to accept it as a possible reality. And so like that's why string theory is fully accepted by these guys.
But nobody can tell you what the strings are. Right? Nobody can tell you what the strings are. You just propose it. This is the problem. Right. So you could theoretically say, here's the problem. You can theoretically say anything. I could say that right now, floating in the rings of Saturn are a pair of my underwear because one time a UFO landed outside my house. They grabbed my laundry off the clothesline. They took it in the ship and then they expelled it in space. I could say that theoretically. I can't prove it's true and I can't prove it's not. You can't prove it's not true. But it doesn't have any explanatory power. It's not worth looking into. So, yeah, they can theorize everything, but it doesn't have any explanation. There's no empirical data. You can't test it, so it's pointless to say it. You could say anything theoretically. Yeah. So,
but if you start coming up with pictures and stuff like from satellites, or like you see you get an image from like the James Webb Telescope, all of a sudden that there's like this weird image that looks like a pair of underwear floating around Saturn. I mean, then you start having a little bit of an argument, and you're like, "Well, see,
that's empirical data, right? That's what I'm talking about."
Yeah, and so now if JW were to like, you know, we come with as much. I mean, I know that the data can be moot. It can be pointless, but it can also be very important for arguing the case, I guess. And
never pointless.
That's what I think.
It's going to speak to what you did, and it's going to be the foundation for what you do next.
Because if the EEG shows like less activity,
if you
that's going to be a big one. Is the less activity and like what's actually being experienced. And so that's something that I'm going to
commonalities. Yep, tell him that, and then commonalities and what they report back on too. Because, and this is the other idea why we say the whole idea of reality being mentation and not actually being a physical world. There's a world out there, but we believe not physical. The other part that explains that is that if these guys go into an altered state where they say they leave their bodies and they report back similar data, nature already shows us that now. You and I are both part of universal consciousness, but we're dissociated from each other, right? And we see each other as a representation through a dissociative boundary which is our bodies, which separates us. But we still look at the room. If I was at your house, I would see the wall behind you and everything the same way you do, because that's a transpersonal space that impinges on our perceptions, and we take the same appearance or perception away from it. So if you get people in the altered state and they report back comparable data to what they to each one of them has like similar data points that they bring back, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
You guys are brilliant. This is going to be off the chain. You need to realize that going into it, I think.
Well, I don't want it to, like, I definitely don't want us to, like, you know, like, we never want to go into it with the idea, with that part on our minds, right? We want to be focused on the task at hand. And so, like,
of course,
the monumental day, if it comes out and it turns out to be this thing and we end up getting, it ends up getting a lot more attention, you know, then that's, you know, then we can talk about that. But, like, for now, you know, our whole goal is just, you know, we don't expect this documentary to do well at all. Like, that's why all of our investors, we're not promising them a financial return. We actually gave them stuff in return for their
money.
I don't think you guys should cut yourself short.
Right.
No, I don't.
It's going to be great.
I'll give it to two things. One, I would definitely tell Jay about running the baseline on brain activity. So if you get people with experiential states that they go into with less activity, that takes away the whole brain creates consciousness thing, which going to the science people you want to take you guys in seriously, that's a huge thorn in the side of physicalism, for one. The other thing is that, you know what you should do also? You guys should write a paper. You should write an academic paper or an essay on the project and what you did and the steps that were taken and the experiments and the subjects. I just wrote my first academic essay. I put it up on it's published on Academia, based on the stone tape theory not being coherent according to physical science, saying that there's a material world out there, because they say that material objects, right, physical things, don't have experiential states. They don't have what it is to be. They don't. You don't have the taste of sweetness. You don't have, you know, the feeling you get when you look at red. They're just physical things that have measurements. And consciousness is created in our head, so that's where all that stuff comes in.
Sorry, I had to write that down.
No.
Baseline brainwaves. I wanted to make sure I wrote it down so I don't forget it.
By the same token, right? If matter out there doesn't have qualia or qualitative experiences to it, and it's all just physical and measurements and numbers, right?
Right.
Your brain is also matter, and the matter in the universe is the same construct as the matter that makes up us and our brains. So if the matter out there can have qualitative experiences, how can abstract matter in your head create consciousness when it doesn't have it out there? You have a discontinuity of thought. It doesn't match up. So the brain isn't creating consciousness. Consciousness is not in the brain. The brain is within consciousness.
You know, that's like something interesting about that.
Philosophy.
Well, you know, I'm sure you've heard of the theoretical particle of tachyons.
Yeah.
So, you know, the tachyons are energy, I guess. You know, it's basically never created nor destroyed. It only changes form. But apparently,
thermodynamics.
But apparently, all of us are made of tachyons. Like, we are all like tachyons. JW's theory is that these tachyons are what collectively create, or like what collectively create us. So essentially, I mean, and when you start thinking about that you think about the theory in like religion where they talk about, you know, God made them in their image. God made us in their image. And so now that kind of thing's like, what if there was this giant, like at the beginning of the universe, when everything was a singularity, right? Like, what if that was just a singularity, and when it released, it's all just tachyons, right? And because we're supposed to be stardust, right? Everything apparently that exists in the universe, all matter is stardust in some form. Right. So I mean, like, what if that's what those tachyons are? And so, like, you know, when these physical forms die, the tachyons are still in existence. They still are what they are. And so
tachyons they're a matter, right? They're a form of matter, but a reduction.
Yeah, theoretical,
right? Theoretical form of matter.
Technically, it has like a negative mass. It's weird.
Right. But it wouldn't have consciousness. It wouldn't have consciousness. Because what happens is when you say that individual particles or things have consciousness, then you run into what's called the combination problem, because you have no way to explain how multiple consciousnesses would come together and form one unitary consciousness in one person.
Right.
That would mean that we will be assembled, and we know we don't get assembled.
Yeah.
We don't come from the ground up.
Right. No. I guess like the whole theory that JW has is that like it's not just like one tachyon having consciousness. Like it's got to be a collective of a like, you know what I mean? Like this is a whole, like just how we are all, like everything that makes us up is atoms. Like it's all atoms compressed together, microscopic. And so like the whole idea is that like our consciousness and everything that makes us is tachyons. Like tachyons are what make up our soul. And so that like what we call a soul, I guess, essentially. And so when our physical body dies, the tachyons just, they move either like you could think about reincarnation, like they move into another physical body somehow. Or I mean, there's so many different things about it, but like, regardless, tachyons would still continue to exist in in whatever form they are. But you're talking about essentially antimatter.
Right. I would grant the tachyons being part of us as we represent to the outside physically, right? What make us up, the physical matter that's us. But you run into the problem of similar to the hard problem of consciousness, where if tachyons are conscious, if there is something it is to be like to be a tachyon, and then when multiple tachyons come together, you have what's called the combination problem. It's like if let's say like, there's this thing called panpsychism, where people think that everything in reality has consciousness, everything, inanimate objects, everything, right? So if you think of it from a panpsychist point of view, the table is conscious, right? So you take a leg off the table. Now, does that leg have its own consciousness separate from the table now? What if you nail the leg back on?
I get what you're saying.
You have two different consciousnesses now. Consciousness is what it is to be like something, what it is to feel. It's experiential. Matter can't be experiential.
I guess the question would then become: are all tachyons exactly the same?
It's possible. It would still, as far as consciousness go, it would still run into the combination problem, because you have multiple consciousnesses coming together.
We have a liver, but the liver doesn't have the experience of knowing that it's a liver, right?
But it's also not compatible where other livers could work either.
Right.
So like when you start because when you think about all of the different particles that exist in our, it's not just one type of particle. We got protons, photons, I'm not gonna go through, but you know what I'm saying. Like there's all these different kinds of them, and each one has a different purpose, but there have to be combinations of specific ones for certain things to happen. Like, especially when you start getting into chemistry and elements and things, like that's really where it's important. Which actually is what makes up the basis of us, our lives, is chemistry. But so like, what if we're talking about something? I mean, because a tachyon is just a theoretical negative mass particle,
right,
of some sort. But so like, and I mean, I don't know how far they've dove into, like, I mean. Because now if we're talking like, is there more than one type of tachyon? If there's like, a photon type tachyon and a negative electron, and you know what I'm saying? So like, what if, and I mean, this is just, I'm just throwing it way out in the dark, throwing it into the dark here, but like, what if some of those, like the tachyons were different types that could possibly, with the right mixture of tachyons, I guess you could say, could be an anti-physical form of a consciousness, like the consciousness with the antimatter and the matter together creates us. And so like our antimatter version would be the soul, so to speak, I guess.
Yeah, the problem is anytime you attribute to the construct of matter consciousness, you run into the problem, which is the hard problem of consciousness. If you say that any matter has consciousness, then you have to extrapolate that for continuity of thought and say that also the table has consciousness, the TV has consciousness, the light has consciousness. Because if matter and everything, we're all made up of the same space dust. If matter has consciousness in one scenario, it has to have it in other scenarios. So if it's something considered matter, and remember too, before we said particles are behaviors of a field of subjectivity, of a quantum field. They're not actually a thing in and of themselves.
Yeah.
Consciousness is experiential, and it's not measurable.
Right. But I guess my question becomes like, okay, so you have these people that like that boy that claims that he was a World War II pilot and died in the ocean, and then he went back and was able to name off all of that dude's family members by name without ever meeting him.
I have a theory on that.
I mean, there's also the dude that claimed he was from Mars.
Yeah.
Thousands of years ago. But I mean, some of the stuff that he was saying was extremely accurate, though. And I mean, I'm not saying that it was like, I mean, but it was enough to where it was like, okay, I mean.
So here in reframing reality, like I mentioned before, right? Under the idea of idealism comes from Carl Jung. It comes from Spinoza. It comes from Schopenhauer. So under a more contemporary, I guess, what we've been studying, analytic idealism, where reality is mental or mental processes, right? The ontological privative, the one thing that is not reducible, that is the all-knowing, people could associate it with God, would be universal phenomenal consciousness.
Right.
We are alters.
Like a mind at large.
Yeah, it's like a mind at large, and we are alters. Like someone they used to call multiple personality disorder. Now it's dissociative identity. We're alters of, under analytic idealism, we are alters of universal phenomenal consciousness. So when you become born and physical, your body and your senses, that's the dissociative boundary between you and the universal mind, which is why I can't read your thoughts and make you think something, why I don't know what's going on in Turkey right now, or
some people can read thoughts, and that's scary, but I know that there are some people that can.
Yeah, well, and so part of how we think this is happening, and to go back to the what was the original thing I was taught we were addressing from the question was the
like consciousness with antimatter, tachyon.
No, it was about the child.
The child, right? The reincarnation.
Oh yeah, the kid. Yeah.
So if upon birth and we have a physical form and that is our boundary dissociatively, right? Then we're an alter, just like somebody who has 5 personalities, let's say. And they did studies in 2014. It was a scientist named Victoria Schlumpf in the Netherlands, studied somebody with 5 alters, 5 personalities. And 2 of them claimed to be blind. When one of the blind personalities had executive control of the body, the visual cortex in the brain was shut down. There was no activity, even though organically the whole optical system was totally fine. When another one was in control, sight and activity in that part came back. So dissociation is powerful. And so through that, here's what I think. I think when we die, right, you have a slow dissolution or reassimilation back into universal phenomenal consciousness. We go back in, that's what we say consciousness continues. We assimilate back into universal phenomenal consciousness. Now, once your experiences and what you've been through in life that you take with you,
what you gathered
your conscious experience, those are part of the universal phenomenal consciousness. So when somebody comes back and they have all those memories of things like that kid did, he didn't identify as that person. He didn't think he was that person, but he had a lot of the thoughts and memories of that person. So I think the dissociation included.
I think he did identify as that person, though.
I don't think so.
I think he did say, like, oh, yeah, I was him before. Or something. Maybe not like identifying as that guy currently, but he knew that he was at one point this guy.
Right.
Well, that's what he felt because he was having the memories.
Right.
But what we believe is that once when you pass and those memories, those experiences that you had, now it's part of the universe. So when someone is born, they're close to that. They're just born. So all that information that they gathered, for whatever reason, that child retained that.
Yeah.
So I can see someone feeling like that they are that person, or maybe not, because some of them say that they are and some of them say that they're not. But it's because they somehow retain that information. And usually as they get older, those memories start to fade because they're getting further and further away from when they were born. So that's
memory is not stored in the brain. They've never found a place where memory is stored. So the brain is just the conduit through which memory comes to us. We access it through the brain, but it's not. That's why sometimes people who have Alzheimer's sometimes will have like a what is it called? Like it's a spontaneous lucidity. It'll come back to them like 48 hours before they pass away.
They'll remember everything
that comes back.
Where were those memories all that time?
So if you take it as dissociated, right, that would explain the kid coming into existence with some of those memories that feel like they're their own.
Which would feel like reincarnation to someone.
And people who have had multiple personalities, when they studied their dreams, they would have, like, let's say the 5 personalities, they would have a dream. They've studied and they would report dreams from the different alters would speak when they had executive control. And they would all tell the same story in the dream. But if one of the alters was a little girl and another one was a guy who was more violent and another one was a teenager who was a victim, they would tell the same story, but from the perspective of that character describing the other alters that they were completely separate from with their own identities and memories.
Which is similar to what you said about Nick and Tessa. They experience the same thing, but from different perspectives. Right. And that's what happens with her. Her alters reacted with each other, communicated with each other, and they saw the same exact thing, but from different angles. And so that they described it as they saw it.
It's a lot to unpack because it is a redefining of reality through a philosophical view.
Yeah. I have a question. So when you talk about the consciousness as like when you say that, you know, our consciousness goes up into the universal consciousness, like after it leaves our body, right? Like what would that necessarily be? Like, what is that? I guess I'm trying to like think of it in terms of like, is it a frequency? Is it a
excitations?
Is it like a voltage? Is it a vibrate? Like what exactly would it be in that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what kind of what would it be that is going up there to the universal what? I mean, I'm assuming a cloud of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know what you're saying. And it's very hard not to describe it in ways that you give it a physical form, like measurements and frequencies. And because frequency denotes units of time, right? Frequency is oscillations per second. So if you're talking about somewhere where space and time is not comparable to what we have, you wouldn't be able to have a matching frequency because they don't have the unit of measure to be able to do that.
So, but like, okay, so I know that, I mean, I almost want to say that, like, even I'm using tachyon, like that's not the right thing I want to use almost, because I almost feel like the word tachyon is like such a vague word for anything that's like any particle that's like antimatter, but like at the same time that's not really the case. But like I feel like, you know what, I guess, how does antimatter interact with real matter? You know what I'm saying? Like if we were to look at, because obviously, I mean, there has to be antimatter. I mean, that's just kind of like the general theory of relativity, like for every force. Or is that, no, that's Newton's law, right? Every force is equal opposite or whatever. But I feel like I feel like there's got to be intermingling, like antimatter and matter, kind of like it has to be pieced together. But like when you think about what, like, why can't consciousness be antimatter of some sort? I guess is my question.
I don't know. Well, I don't know that it can't do. I mean,
we believe that, like, when we pass, and you're saying, like, where does it go? We think the world is mental and it's filled with excitations. So it has emotions, but not the way that we do, like I do, like you do. It's more instinctual. Excitations, and that's what we believe, and that's where all almost like, what's that, Akashic records, whatever, it's almost kind of like that.
Akashic records, right?
It's kind of like that. I wouldn't use that word, but people describe it like that. But
when I think, okay, so when I think of an excitation, I guess though, I think of like a frequency being stimulated almost. Yeah. So that's like right. When you say but what a frequency, like that's what I'm thinking about. Like what, and I know that we can't like
measure feelings,
right? I mean, we can't measure the frequency. Like that's the thing. Like if our emotions and they all give off something, and like, is it possible that what we give off the things that cannot is some form of antimatter being released.
It's possible. I don't know enough to speak that it's not, but I'll say this though, that
I mean, I don't think any of us know enough to speak.
No.
No.
We don't know shit about antimatter yet.
What it gives off is a second person perspective of the thing. But it's not the thing in and of itself, right? When you see lightning isn't an atmospheric disturbance. It's the second perspective of the disturbance in the atmosphere, but it's not the thing in and of itself. It's the secondary perspective of the excitation itself, if that makes sense.
Well, it would be like a secondary, because I mean, like a perception or perspective is based on. So, like the first perspective would be like, or at least my first perspective would be my own.
Yes.
And then but so I mean, I guess in that sense, yeah, because the perspective of the actual like lightning happening, the thing happening itself, the phenomena happening, would be the first perspective, right?
We confuse sometimes the observation of something for the thing in and of itself.
That's fair. Okay.
And simulation gets confused. That's one of the things that people were concerned with AI having consciousness. AI has intelligence, and it can have more intelligence than us probably, but consciousness is different because then you're talking about phenomenal conscious inner life evolving out of abstract matter that this physical world tells us doesn't have.
Right. It would never be able
space.
to feel love. It can experience love or a taste of an apple.
Right.
It can have the appearance that it has consciousness, but it does not have inner consciousness, and it never will.
Yeah. The simulation is not the thing simulated. That's the big
It's
difference.
more, I think, like people are worried about sentience more or less than anything.
Right.
Like being aware of itself and realizing where it
That's
stands.
metaconscious. Yeah, and it won't.
Yeah.
It can't because it's mechanistic and it's programmed. So
it's got its limitations. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't have consciousness, and that's the problem. Because you're simulating a neural network and intelligence, right? Which could go really far, and it could probably create its next generations of AI better than people have created the first generations of it. But it's not. Yeah. It's not consciousness because of the simulation is not the thing simulated, right? You can on a computer down to a granular level, right? Down to a cellular level, you can recreate kidney function on a computer down to the molecular level. But it doesn't mean that your computer is going to pee on your keyboard because it's not the thing simulated.
I didn't think we were going to go there.
Well, I mean, granted,
we did.
Granted, a kidney in and of itself could not pee either. But
you get my
point.
I
love the idea. You said something. Shoot, I can't remember what it was, but you said something, and I was like, man, that's. I'm trying to remember what it was.
We're so much into analytic idealist philosophy.
I think I kind of saw your face. I'm trying to remember.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, what did I react to?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what part it was.
Oh man, because it was something that I was like, what did you say?
No, I was saying hello to Victoria Monday. She said, would the Mandela effect be part of universal consciousness? Well, no, because of the effect is an experience, and experience is within consciousness, so it wouldn't be a part of it. But I guess in that sense, maybe, yeah, it's an experiential state. If you experience a Mandela effect, that's a conscious experience.
I think the Mandela effect is caused by CERN.
So the philosopher
they freaking opened up some black holes and shit in CERN, and then all of a sudden you realize though. The Mandela effect was what? When they thought Mandela had died years before or something. But you realize that effect started coming out. Like people started realizing the shit right a little after CERN started doing some of them tests in there. It makes you wonder, man. Because a lot of people seem to remember these things, but you can't find any of it.
Yeah.
Man, I really.
That's where they came out with the Higgs boson, the God particle. That's where they modeled and predicted and discovered it. But you know what they never did? They never measured it because it would dissolve before they could ever get a measurement on it.
Yep. It's the same thing like black holes that they create in there. It's like it's gone within a fraction of a second.
That's the same thing, right? Simulation, same thing. You can simulate a black hole on a computer.
That's what it was. Simulation.
Yeah, it's not going to suck
into. That's what I wanted to bring. That's what I want to talk about. So Stimulation, I mean, bringing into that is actually part of the whole fact. Like when you get into binary code and what actually everything in the universe that exists is binary code. Everything is binary code. Like it can actually be written as a computer program. Life itself can actually be written, like the universe can be written as a code. And so that makes me, I mean, it starts to make you wonder.
But remember,
You know
though,
what I mean?
the numbers are not the universe in and of itself. The numbers are what describes the universe. The same way you can't hand me 5 kilohertz.
You got to look for something.
Is a measurement
Well,
of
that 5
thing.
kilohertz wouldn't exist without the code, without the numbers.
Right, but still, the numbers are a description of the thing. It's not the thing in and of itself. You have to have something to perceive first. Without measurement, there's no physicality.
Right, because if there's nothing there, what are you measuring?
Well, I'm not talking about measuring. I'm talking about like existence. Like the only reason I exist is because binary code, a set of ones and zeros, make me put me in existence. Everything in this universe is a set of ones and zeros, and can actually be like, that's what I'm saying is like when you think about how our brains are they start to signal before we know we're going to make a decision, like we talked about earlier. It's all kind of predetermined in certain senses. Yeah, and so that's why one of those theoretical physicists was talking about free will is a
red herring.
Myth. It's just it's a myth. It's a belief. It's not real because everything, as in some sense, is predetermined. And so then that brings up the question of the computer simulation, that we live in the matrix, that we live in an actual simulation that is programmed.
The problem with that is, in order for the reality to be a program, somebody would have to be the programmer, because you're talking about something mechanistic. And so that would mean there would have to be somebody and a computer bigger than the universe in order to calculate and create it. So you run into a problem with reductionism. You can't reduce, you can't explain it. And it lacks explanatory power because you exponentially go out beyond what you can't already explain. You know what I mean? That's why you can't model and predict the measurements of the universe, because it would take a computer larger than it for it to be within it. You'd have to have a scaffolding for the universe for something else to calculate it that far out.
But who's to say? But that's the thing, though, is that the whole theory of that is that there is one that is bigger, and that what we think is the universe.
That's true.
Is just
theoretically, that's my underwear flying around Saturn, because there's absolutely no way to falsify it, test it, and there's no empirical data to suggest it's worth looking into.
Until you find a random
bird. That's right. To answer Joshua's question about, we're not saying we don't have free will. We think free will means that we get to choose. Like, I get to be with her, because that's what I want, and I get to work here because that's what I want. It's not about choices. Free will is every choice is determined, right? You eat because it's a necessity. It's determined by something else.
Right. When you make a decision,
free will
is based about your environment. If your environment is what makes you to make a decision. So in that sense, it's determined. So you have free will in the sense that you can make the choices, but the choices are determined by what's around you, what's going on.
Right. We say free will. We're trying to say it's not something that's a random happening. We get to choose it, so it's not random. Hence, it's free will. Free will, by the way, we feel it when we say it, means that it's a choice that's in league with who we identify to be, what we identify as, right? Because if you could just choose what you're happy about, then somebody who's sitting in a prison cell somewhere could just decide that this is the best place on earth to be and be happy as a kid. Oh, this is wonderful. We can't. So free will is choices that we feel are in league with who we are.
Yeah, and I think that the only thing that they were talking, I mean, predetermining could be just like your brain is firing up the signals to say that you're going to have to eat soon. And so then the free will could come into like what you want to eat, right? Or
right. Some choices are endogenous. Some you do have some endogenous experiences where you can want to do something. But Linda said, for example, if you're washing a toaster, okay, you mean on the out, not like in a laundry machine, I hope. And have not unplugged it. And there's a short in the cord. When you run down cloth with a toaster, you will feel sweetness in your mouth or your tongue. Right. And that's you're having an experience that's being induced the same way. If you do something with magnets in the brain, you can induce an experience, you can create an experiential state. But we would say under analytic idealism that there is no toaster. The toaster is a representation of the thing in and of itself as we perceive it. It's not an actual physical thing, because that's what they say, is that they say that if you get hit with a physical thing, right, you get hit with like a hammer, that a physical experience is causing a mental effect, pain. So physicality has primacy. It comes before experience. But under analytic idealism, there is no hammer. The hammer is a representation of what actually is out there. So it's mental stuff mixing with mental stuff causing an experience, which is the same thing that happens when we sense each other's feelings.
It's so vague, man. It's so like, man, it's like, it's not like vague necessarily, but like, it's so, man, that can apply to literally everything. And it's just like,
well, it does.
It almost like eliminates the existence of literally everything. And you're going to start freaking people out.
Well, no, because this doesn't mean that we're saying physics is gone. Physics is useful. It helps us predict what nature's gonna do.
Yeah.
But that's what it does. It doesn't tell you what reality is. That's the only thing. That's because then there's the hard problem of consciousness. But physics is very useful. We're coming from a different ontology. That's pretty much what it is.
It's saying, the ontological primitive, the one thing that is where you can't reduce any further, is mental states. It's thought processes that we're associated with, but dissociated from. So everything, there is a world out there. It's just saying that it's not physical, that it's mental.
I mean, to be honest, that's actually a good point. It's really true, because like, honestly, our reality is our perception. Like everything that we see and how our brain processes what we see and how we react to what we see. I mean, that's literally like,
nothing precedes perception, even binary ones and zeros, whatever it is. You have to perceive it in order to say that it has numbers.
There's something there, but it's a representation of it.
But the numbers are there regardless of whether you see it or not. I guess that's like the hard part. But then that gets into like the whole Schrodinger's cat thing. Like, did it? Right.
Yes. And by the same token, the numbers are what? The numbers are the description. The numbers can't come before the thing described. That's like trying to take a map of California and pull the state of California out of the map, because you're giving the numbers and the measurements primacy over the thing being measured. That's where science has gone wrong over the last couple hundred years.
It's hard to wrap your head around it. And I know.
I think that like our DNA, I believe, is what really it like determines the specific things about us. I think that like what you're talking about, the DNA is more or less what determines that. But like, I think that the binary code is the reason that the DNA even exists. Like, because like, I guess that's where I'm at, is like, I think that like,
I got you.
It's almost like what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Well, so the thing described has to come before the description. That's empirical fact. Maybe this will give you a better understanding. The thing
would it have come into existence without it?
The thing that's called binary, right? The thing that you're calling binary, that may be what makes up us and all the universe. But the noun binary, giving it a name, that's speaking to the description of the thing. So the thing has to exist before the measurement. So what we call binary as the building blocks of what makes us all up, that might be true. But the name binary, it's the same thing as this.
Well, right.
This is a fist. Right. Now it's not. It's a doing. It's not a thing, right?
Technically a hand. Which is
right. But the fist is not gone.
But the fist is not a thing.
It was a description of something.
Right. It's a doing.
It's an action. It's not
That's my point, is binary is a name we give it. What you're referring to when you say binary may very well have primacy as far as creation of us, but it's not. Binary can't come before the thing that binary is describing.
Right. So if the world is mental, right, you need an experiencer to be able to perceive it and then see it. And the reason why we have those sensories and things like that is to protect us from that reality, because if not, we will die.
Yeah.
So it gives you a representation of
you're right. I mean, like what the ones and zeros, what we call binary code, we're just calling that binary code, but like the ones and zeros and we just call it ones and zeros because that's how we've determined it to be at this point, right? Based on our perception. But that code
is a
had to have been there,
right,
in order for us to have even come into existence to begin with. It's kind of like saying, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, the egg had to have come before the chicken, but the chicken had to lay the egg.
The thing had to be there in order for you to give it a code. That's the way I would.
Well, we're not giving it a code. The code is already in place. Like that's what the whole idea is that like everything that I am a sequence of ones and zeros, as like I am. Without this sequence of ones and zeros, I don't exist.
Right.
And so
who made the ones and zeros?
Ones and zeros are a man-made construct.
It's a man-made concept. So it's
a description of the thing.
It's the description of what you're made out of.
The chicken and egg.
And that's the crazy thing is that like we can recreate everything with the ones and zeros, and so but the ones and zeros, we may have had to discover this. It's not consciousness necessarily, right. And we may have had to discover and give the proper terminology and symbolism, whatever, to the ones and zeros and the binary, which is
an experiment.
Language requires us to name things so we can talk about it. So but the chicken and egg thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. How would the chicken exist without an egg, and how would the egg exist without the chicken?
Paradox. So every ontology, every explanation for the beginning of everything, right? They all go by the same thing. You give me one miracle and I'll explain the rest, right? The Big Bang, if the Big Bang was microscopic to macroscopic and everything exploded out, there had to be something there to bang from to begin with. Right.
And see, that's why I always use the argument of can't God be the reason for why and not the reason for how?
Yes. Well, yeah. And so that's why we think that universal phenomenal consciousness, mental processes, is what people would be is akin, or for some people maybe analogous to God. Yeah. Right. God. And you say that we're in the image of, like you mentioned before, think about that. If we are alters,
that's how we
dissociated personalities, dissociated from the mind at large, then that would be because it can't be a physical thing. God can't look like all of us in the physical form. So the part that would mirror God would be that we are, in essence, cut from the same cloth, each dissociated from each other.
So now imagine, I guess, like that, and that's where going back to the whole tachyon thing, right? Now that would be right. I mean, we're talking about a guy, God, I guess, if we're talking about the universal consciousness and each individual personality going up into this universal consciousness. I mean, you would have to expect that the creator, the guy that's writing the code, or so to speak, would have to have, I mean, billions and billions of personalities. And you know what's crazy is that I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say this, that there are more people that will never exist than there are people that currently exist.
Yep. I heard.
And so how much of that universal consciousness is not being touched or not being, you know what I mean? I guess I'm curious, like, I guess I'm trying to like find a way to perceive this if I were to like look at it as a movie or something in my head, right? Like how would this be visualized in some sense? Like how can I visualize this? And I know I can't really, but right.
It's difficult. Yeah.
But I try to think of it as like a cloud of something. Like it's all like once it comes up from the earth and goes into this.
I'll give you a visual you can wrap your head around too. If you look at a photo, a scan of a neural network from a brain of an animal or a person, and then look at an image from the cosmos, the network.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the radio It's the gamma radiation map, like, right? Like the one where it shows like the very beginning of the universe. It's insane. I know, though.
It looks like a neural network.
Yep.
The look of it.
Oh,
Very
yeah,
similar.
we're talking about everything. No, you're talking about like the web, the cosmic web. Right?
Yeah.
It looks similar.
Similar to
It
brain.
does, though. It's insane.
So think about that. That's a really big coincidence
Yeah.
from nature, which gives us clues. And we tend to, for understanding, I think we tend to anthropomorphize, right? We give nature or God or human traits or capabilities or descriptions or because it makes it relatable to us to be able to explain it or talk about it or visualize it.
Because people tend to think that they're not part of nature. We're part of nature, and people they take themselves out of it.
Yeah.
But we're all part of nature.
That's one of the problems with our field. One of the worst things to happen to spirituality is the word spirituality, because it separated it conceptually from reality for people when it is part of reality.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is true. I think also the invention of technology in any form kind of took it away from that. Like any way that I think when you started to realize, like, when did people start steering away from like being in tune with nature? Like when was that?
I know.
Like, you ever think about that? Like, when was the actual point where we stopped connecting with nature?
Yeah, some parts of the
medieval part.
We do.
I mean, technology.
Some parts of the world have never disconnected with nature.
Right.
Like there's that one island that's like over by I think it's like near Papua New Guinea or something. Like it's owned by like some Asian country. It's owned by Japan, I believe, actually. But it's also owned. But like there's a tribe there that has had like one instance of contact with the outside world.
Yeah.
And so like they are still fully in tune with nature and reality. But like, do you think it might have been medieval times? You think it might have been pre-Jesus or like what we perceive to be the year zero, right?
It'll be their own.
I mean, it may have been when spirit and science separated. It could have been then.
Like pre-enlightenment.
Could it have gone up to like the Salem witch trials?
No, way back.
Like, could it have gone that far out? Because at that point, spiritual belief and science were one still.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's.
But
but
science and religion. I mean, shit. Roman times, science.
They were acting nuts.
Oh yeah, the Roman Empire, man. You did not go against the Roman Catholic Church back in the day. I mean, and that was the case for like a millennium. Fucking hey, dude.
So there was a renowned scientist of that time who went on record saying that they knew materialism or materialist mindset was wrong, but they needed it so they can continue to practice science without being burned at the stake.
Yeah, they were heretics.
And remember too that continuation of consciousness, right? With that comes it takes away the feeling like if you die and everything's gone, everything you live for, it seems like what's the point, right? There's no purpose to life if you die and everything you collected and aggregated and experienced is just gone.
Mm-hmm.
What happens after death when consciousness continues was the very weapon that the Catholic Church used for hundreds of years to rule thousands of miles of territory without an army. Right. Without an army, they for a short time the Templars, but without an army for years, they controlled entire territories based on the conceptual fear of, oh my God, what happens when I die?
I mean, I would.
That's how powerful that is.
I would argue that the Roman Catholic army had the Roman army for quite a long time, and the Roman army was the most powerful army in the world for a very long time. So, I mean, that I think had part of something to do.
During some of it, right? But for a long time, without an army, the Catholic Church controlled a large empire without a military presence.
Purely. Until people started reading, and then they started asking questions, and that's part of
I mean, the belief system. I mean, back in the day, but that's the thing is like, where did that separation that strong separation happened, like where everybody officially crossed the line and stopped like paying attention to connecting with nature and reality and the universe and everything, and started like drifting away from that to where, because like I don't think the term spirituality necessarily destroyed spirituality. I almost feel like you said, that spirituality was a term given to this
Right.
croc field that was happening in the Victorian era.
Right.
But even that croc field, I mean, was like 90% charlatans for the most part, then that's what they called them, was charlatans.
Not spiritualism. That was a spiritualist or spiritualism movement. That's different. Yeah. The whole idea of spirituality and stuff that's like of physical form kind of a thing.
Right.
That's why I said that the word spirituality was the worst thing to happen to it, because it made it separate from reality. But
yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Yeah.
But what you're talking about is true. That's spiritualism or spirituality, not spirituality, spiritualism or spiritual movement.
Yeah.
But I do, but I mean, that still makes me wonder, like, again, like, what is that point? Where is that point in time in our history where we stopped being in touch with?
It probably happened gradually, and as technology,
cultures, right?
It just happened.
But I mean, but there was a point where humanity virtually completely lost touch. Like, I mean, not completely, because there are a lot of people that are still very much in touch with nature, but like, where as a collective.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, where was that point? And so I think that point right there was when spirituality was ruined.
Yeah, and it may vary from culture to culture. It may not have happened,
right,
at the same time in every place across the globe.
It probably was worse than it probably moved a lot quicker in Western civilization than anywhere else. Because Eastern civilization is still very, very spiritual.
Yeah.
Like, they kill each other over this shit. Like, that is that's why there's never going to be peace in the Middle East, is because they are very dedicated to their belief systems.
That's different. Religion is valuable and spirituality is valuable. What ruins both is institution.
Yes.
The institution is the problem. Religion has a lot of value. The things that come from religion, the lessons, the morals, a lot of the metaphors that were to convey things that probably have seeds of truth historically. Religion is fine. Religions could not be, without merit, without having archetypal connections to the psyche of so many people, they couldn't have become monstrous as religions have, right? So there's validity to it. It's the institutions that have really been the detriment.
Right, because then they start making man-made rules and things like that, and then power
and all the negative stuff you're talking about, right?
For all of those who are hardcore Christians currently, you follow the King James version of the Bible. That's what I agree with you 100% that institutionalized religion is, because the King James version of the Bible is not the original Bible. And the original Bible had so many different, so many books removed. Like, it's honestly, I'm pretty sure that like at least 50% of the books that were in the original Bible have been removed and cut down to what the King James version of the Bible is. And so when you talk about institutionalized institutions ruining religion, what the original actual teachings were for Christianity is not what you're being taught today.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think that, that's a very good example of institutions. Like, yes, 100%.
That's why right now Austin has a Chicago Bears clock up on his wall behind him.
Goddamn right I do.
We love Austin Maynard has been nothing but kind and respectful of us since from the time we met him. He's given us opportunities to work with him. We're on season 4 of Death Walker in large part because of Austin. I know Dan Clace also had something to do with that as well. And Austin's an innovator, and I don't care if we agree on everything or on some things or on no things. If you look at somebody who does what he does the way he does it and don't respect what it is he's doing and why, there's something wrong with you.
I mean, look, we may not agree right now with everything, and we're still friends. Everything is good.
Well,
I know the
know,
thing about our conversations and what we may disagree or agree upon. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's all theory based. It's all opinion. None of it has been confirmed to be true, and we're all just kind of speculating. And we may have different opinions on what that is exactly. But the fact of the matter is that that's not what makes our friendship though.
Right,
Like,
but
we're
people get
able
so upset about it,
Yeah.
and they don't agree to disagree. It's okay to
And we don't really even disagree
no, but you know,
much, if at all. But anyway, that
Well,
was my point.
that's
we have
why
a lot
when
of-
you guys all come on, that's why it's really neat, because you do see two totally different ideas.
Well, that's why I
know,
appreciate Ron and Lorda, is because they're very educated, and they are like, I love to have other inputs, because I don't know everything. In fact, I know very little,
right.
relatively speaking. Like if we were talking about guys like JW, like, I know very little relative to what JW knows with regards to electronics and circuitry and shit like that, right?
He's brilliant.
But JW's KD is brilliant too, man. Like, they are both very but like, the things that Ron and Lourdes can kind of bring to the table is like a really educated background based on anything that we're really talking about. Like, and so, like, I know, like, if we're going into a conversation with them, I may not be right, and if I'm not right, I'm gonna be educated, and I appreciate that, because I would like to be able to take correct information to the table next time.
We learn from each other.
Yeah, we learn from each other.
other.
And we have an odd platform in ITC, especially coming from a philosophy of mind as a substrate for reality. It's not. I mean, I'm not in the same category. We're not in the same category with circuits and electronics as Jay or KD. Those guys are mega genius in those categories. You, right, Holte. We're not, but we have a good understanding of things like that. And then we dove into the nature of reality, because we realized was that if reality is defined in a more parsimonious way, where it makes the most sense, it's most coherent, it makes all this paranormal stuff that we're arguing to try to prove and get accepted for, it makes it natural, not supernatural. And mental states as reality is most parsimonious, because under analytic idealism, there's one thing: mind.
Yeah.
Right? Physicalism or materialism has mind and it has matter, and then it has to reconcile the relation, or how they relate and work with each other. And that's where you have issues with consciousness and stuff.
Right. Because back in the day, scientists, they knew that. And the only reason, again, why it's separated, it was because they was trying to survive. They didn't want to die.
Yeah.
But if that didn't happen, I don't think we would be in this mess right now.
So we're in an odd position in ITC, coming from a philosophy as a primary thing. But I'm gonna re-answer the question that Austin asked of the group earlier. How do you see this stuff changing, or what's going to change the mindset or get this stuff more accepted? People like Austin, who don't give a shit, and they do what they do to the best they can do it anyway. People like Katie's wife, the Holtes, Jay, that's who's going to change this stuff, because they know that there's an issue with getting accepted by people who are coming from a cognitive bias, and they don't care. They do what they do, and they do it. They vet the authenticity of what they're doing. They're doing it for the right reasons. And that's what's going to change it, because the people materialism took hold through what's called stigmergy. It's a grassroots movement kind of a thing. So it has to happen generationally, and it has to happen kind of almost word of mouth. Like, you guys are providing the data and the information that's going to show people that there's validity to this paranormal stuff. And then that's going to start changing more minds and influencing more people. And then over time, your impact may be more felt after you're long gone.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, it may not happen in your lifetime, but you'll be one of those people, and Jay and all the people that Mom mentioned, going to be part of helping people change their thinking. Because people have to change their thinking.
I want to tell you, I have been greatly inspired by you guys and your work, that I have been really... I have been really inspired to recreate or find a way to make a portable version of the Satacom project. And I am starting to narrow down pieces here. I have a have a digital noise reduction, which is more it's not AI like your guys' is, but it's like more frequency based rather than, you know, an analog noise reduction pedal. Like I can actually, you know,
Right.
But I also have, I just got one of these in the mail, and this is a looper
cool.
pedal that allows me to take in up to 10 minutes of audio, and I can play it back at half speed.
Oh, okay.
So now we're talking about the noise reduction plus slowing it down,
Which is important.
which is important. And so now I gotta figure out. I see, like, this is where I want your help. Is like we gotta make. I know that it's so hard because the program that you guys use has like an AI, has like some form of AI in it, right? Like the noise reduction.
There's one AI component that comes later in the chain, but there's a lot of. This is when we address this all the time. Like the people, why aren't you selling it? Because we license a lot of different individual components that are chained together like in a certain order. We just released a 2.0 version, or have a 2.0 version. Tony had made some really significant changes by gutting some of it.
Yeah.
And everything, it's like a house of cards. It's like one thing moves a little bit and everything collapses and you got to rebuild it again.
Yeah, I saw that when you guys were setting it up. I saw how intricate and how easily one thing could change the whole thing.
It's really complicated. So that's part of it. And so we license a lot of the individual components, and some of them are more expensive than others. We couldn't sell it and build it because we'd have licenses in our names for thousands of devices. That's absurd. But just take me to court and take everything I have now. It's like, no. But we may put a consult or a mapping together of how to put it together. And that's what we'll probably release.
Yeah, I mean, because
that would be awesome.
I mean, honestly, like even just like the path of the audio takes through the processes, I guess, because like that's kind of like where I'm like wondering about is like, because I know you say you run them in a specific order and they have to do specific things with each one. So now, like each program is essentially serving a specific function. Right. And obviously that function can be, there's micro functions, call them, right? With any function. But so like what, like, I guess that's where I'm so determined, man. Cause like, I'm so like sold on the idea of what you guys are doing. Like it's so inspiring that like, it has inspired me to dedicate and start buying some pieces to try to figure out, like, there's gotta be a way. Like, I don't know if there's got to be, but I wonder if there's a way to do it in an analog form. And I know it wouldn't nearly be as like produce the results that you get with the Staticom, because obviously there's enhancements that you guys would have versus like a hardware version, right? But I mean, is there something that could come relatively close?
You know, I mean, I would say go for it, because you may discover something. You'd be like, oh, shit.
Yeah. And I guess that's where I'm coming from. But I love the idea of like the way that I watch the process that you guys do. It's fascinating. And like just the whole process of the audio, it made me realize, like, you know, one, we really don't need a sweeping radio frequency. Like, because what you guys are using, a Sony Dream Machine kind of thing, white noise generator.
It's a white noise generator.
It's a generator, and not to be confused with
a looper thing.
Yeah, right.
No, it creates it in real time.
Yeah.
So you could just use just white noise, like real white noise from a white noise generator, and if you run it through the right programs and filters, you might be able to get. Because like what your program showed, what your setup showed me is that the voices are there. They are there. It's just a matter of finding out where they are in that pool,
building them the runway to come down.
Same thing with paranormal equipment, right? Let's go back to the idea of analytic idealism when we said where you have a dashboard of perception with your sensory input, right? Like the pilot has. He could block the windows out. He could land and fly and navigate the plane just on sensory input because it's all the salient points of what he needs to know to navigate it. That's our senses, right? We have all the salient points we need to get through life, but limited compared to we know that there's visual and audible spectrums that we don't have access to. So we use equipment, and people will say, well, you have equipment, so now you have extra sensory perception. It expands your senses. It doesn't, because what happens is that the data that comes off of those machines, those devices, you still have the same perception capabilities when you're interpreting that data.
Yeah,
what
you have to interpret
they
it.
modulate the experience down to where you can
perceive
access to it, where it can be perceived. That's what you do. So
you ultimately have to make sense of the data that's being coming in. So like, and that still goes down to your own. Yeah, you're right.
Everything you're able to see. So it doesn't change our perceptions. What it does is it modulates the experience to where our sensors on our dashboard of perception can now detect it.
Yeah.
Right. So now take what you said. The voices are always there. We think through stochastic and inverse stochastic resonance, where they match one frequency in the white noise. That's how they gain amplitude. White noise is all the frequency we can hear, 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz.
Yep.
So if it resonates with one, those get louder. And then what we do in our filtering is we lop off the noise floor, everything below where the amplitude spike would be, so that what's left are the words with no noise floor in between, hence the clarity and the quietness of it. That's theoretically what we do. The idea was born of two things, because we talk about this on shows all the time. ITC gets hit with two main criticisms, right? One, you're getting radio voices, radio bleed through. It's leakage from the radio.
Yeah.
Right? So we remove the radio. The only other thing that they can throw at us is they'll say that there's randomness in white noise. White noise is random.
Yeah.
And so you're hearing warbles and artifacts of sound because you can discern patterns in randomness. All right.
Yeah.
So our response to that is, first of all, saying that we can discern patterns in randomness is an appeal to our intellect, because that's how we communicate. When sounds come together in certain congregations of words, sentences, etc., with contextuality, that's how we communicate. So it's not debunking it. It, in fact, supports that we are discerning patterns that are identifiable. We don't hear the cat say something and go, oh, he wants the keys to the car.
Right.
You don't have this pareidolia problem and all those things, right?
Right.
The other part of it we speak to when we lecture is random is an empty drawer. Random is what we say when we can't calculate or measure something. White noise is not fundamentally random. There are quantum fields, electromagnetic fields, charged ion particles from the sun. There's a variety of things that are happening that are deterministic in what's going on, including, we believe, communication or speech. But we say random because at the time it can't be measured. So it's not fundamentally random. What it is it's computationally irreducible.
Wow.
Yeah, it's random from our perception, but right. It's
it's random because that's the word.
The way that we're perceiving it, but fundamentally breaking it down, like it is all there's a determining factor to it. Yeah,
because random is what we use when we can't explain it, when we can't measure it. That's what we use.
Then we say random.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Coin toss, right? Coin toss isn't random. Coin toss is determined by the angle, the velocity, the inertia, the wind, barometric pressure. But they're not doing all that shit on the 50-yard line at the Super Bowl. Right. It's random, heads or tails. It's not. It's determined, but it's not computationally reducible.
It's not determined by not like like our intentions. Like we can't like intentionally determine something.
Right.
Like, when it's a toss-up like that, but there are a lot of determining factors within.
Yes, right.
Right.
That's the deterministic thing that gets mixed up with the whole free will thing, is that we think that in order to be, a choice, it has to be volitional.
And you can actually computate that, but it makes no sense because it takes too long to computate the coin flipping around.
That's my point.
It doesn't make any sense to do that.
So it's easier to do. Right.
Yeah.
And that's
exactly. So when we just kind of perceive what happens in our perception of it as, it's random. Like, no, there's a lot of things that go into determining what really, it's not necessarily random.
Right.
It's fundamentally not. No, it's
But
just,
like even with JW's stuff, there's it's supposed to be a random code, and when we look at the code, yes, it's jumping around randomly, but of course, yeah, there's always some kind of determining factor within the codes that determine that quote unquote randomness. So
Yes.
the randomness in and of itself is somehow determined by something else.
Right. It's just that you
So-
don't know what that is, so you say it's random.
But true random, like that's why even Katie Haltay will tell you, true random doesn't exist. Like true randomness is
That's what I'm
never, like you can't achieve true randomness. But the only thing, I mean, you can get close, but you cannot fully, because something has to be determined in order for it to,
right.
at least to get it started. But
That's
I mean, yeah.
Those are our two defenses.
He's right about that.
It doesn't leave anything else left for those that are cynical about ITC. It doesn't leave anything else left. No radio, and there's not randomness with discernible patterns. It's simply computationally irreducible.
Right.
See, I'm about this big when it comes to everything that's been said here. Okay, I have no doubt in my mind, and I've been doing Estes methods for right around 4 years now, on a weekly basis. But
I love that system.
She loves it.
the point that I'm trying to make is that I feel fine about my approach, but I understand that there's approaches that are better than mine, that people have put a lot more thought and time into.
I wouldn't say better.
Different.
Yeah.
Like Ron and Lourdes and you, Austin, and Katie, everybody, but that's what makes this all go round, is everybody's got a different way of looking at it. I would just love to be able to go ahead and go in and see you guys and, and figure out exactly what the heck is going on with it, because it's unbelievable what you're doing.
Yeah, I had the chance. I got to experience it firsthand, and it was pretty freaking amazing. Like we had some. I mean, the house, I think, gave us some trouble with it at first, because they were giving us some trouble. But once they got it figured out, man, wow.
You think the spirit didn't like it?
I think that they fucked up everything.
Yeah, part of the problem too, though, and I found this out later on, and it's funny because of the documentary for the Shanley Hotel that we just did the launch thing for tonight. It was the last time I had used the original computer I had built out direct radio voice and then Statacom on, was a Windows Surface tablet computer. So it's 8 gigs of integrated RAM. So when you turn that fucker on, 3 of them are already gone.
Wow.
Right? So it didn't have enough juice to run it. So what started to happen was we were getting skipping and buffering.
Yeah.
Because I was using 99% of the resources that the machine had. So I had to get a new computer. I had to get a new computer. I got a gaming laptop.
He had to get something more powerful.
That was much more powerful, so that I would have some room to build out what I was using, because it was a nightmare.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you look at everything and you go ahead and you say, what do I need to do to better myself as far as the community is concerned, or my own way of looking at communication, ITC? And I can't think of any people better than the people that I bring onto my shows, because you guys are the ones that rock the world. I just wish the heck I could figure out exactly everything that's going on, because it's I'm not there. I never will be. I'm at the stage now where I have to go with what I have and carry on. And I don't mind doing that, because that's where I'm at. There's other people that can go ahead and carry it on and take it farther and farther down the road. But when you guys mentioned about everything from the remote viewing to astral projection and that kind of thing, I've been doing that for quite some time too.
That's
And
cool.
that is a different reality to me.
And not everyone can do that, because not everyone can do that. I've done it, but I don't know how to do it. Just it happens randomly. So, but to be able to do it when you want, that's great. That's an awesome gift.
It's not every time either for me. I have to be honest about it and say that, yeah, it's exactly what you said, randomly.
It just happens to you?
Yeah.
And it's all part of the channeling end of it.
Sure. Because you're going into an altered state with that. That makes sense. You're going into an altered state, almost like a trance-like state too. Look, and
I'm about to hop off soon because it's
yeah.
Just let it go.
Yeah, no, we should wrap. But we feel the same way too. Austin is a huge inspiration to us. Also, one of the reasons we brought back direct radio voice in 2019, and through our work and Tony and Sri Rathman, it became Staticom, was not for Tony, but originally for me when we started direct radio voice, was I said it was built out of an inadequacy. I can't build and do the stuff that Austin and Jay and Katie do to build boxes. That's not me. I can't. If I was soldering like they do, I would be high-fiving you with fewer fingers. So out of an inadequacy, but a desire to contribute to ITC, I found something that was a lost art, and we brought it back and developed it. And I'm supremely grateful for what it's done. We had no idea we would be doing what we're doing with this now when we started doing it.
And one of the great things that's happened to us is that people are having loved ones come through, and they have this life-changing experience, which we weren't even expecting, but it's happening. So that's pretty cool.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. That's my best part of it. I love when that happens.
Yeah, it makes it less about us and more about what it can do for others. And
you're helping people, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. Like that's we're trying to figure out things and to help people, understand what's going on, because these things are happening, and you can communicate with your loved ones, but you have to put in the work. Like you gotta believe that you can, because if you're going to ignore it, you may be having signs right now, but you're ignoring them. No. So you don't know.
They're right behind you, and they're tapping you on the shoulder, saying,
hello, I'm right here.
Talking, yeah. So that's been a lot of the interesting things. But it's always wonderful to have you guys on. And I know it's getting late, and I know that if I have the opportunity, if you guys can come back.
Of course.
We definitely would. We definitely would. We were hoping to be able to do it with the other thing. I'm glad the time difference worked out.
Yes.
It wasn't a problem. That was my only concern. I was like, we're going to be set up for a show. Of course, we'll do Greg's show. But then I was like, but the time overlap. I forgot also that there was a time difference. Then you tell me that this guy, Austin Maynard, is going to be here. And I'm like, now I can't say no.
Well, that's like the ace in the,
Yes, it is.
You always got to play it that way, You just got to figure out what he's up to next. That's all.
Oh yeah.
He's
always up to something, huh?
He's one of those guys, from when I first met him, like you guys and the Rathmans, you people have always been very, very nice that way. And you share everything, and you're real people. There's other people that are in the industry, not the industry, well, whatever you would like to call it.
Yeah.
That don't take it that way. And you've got something here that's absolutely unbelievably priceless. You cannot put an amount on Staticom. You can't.
I would argue that the priceless part is the relationships we have with the people like yourself, like Austin, not the methodology. I think the methodology is cool.
What happened?
He's probably went to the bathroom or something. He'll come up. Next thing, he's going to be behind you.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that, that's the neat part, when you get on with other people that do the same kind of work, and I consider my end to be work because we have so many shows now
Yeah.
that it's nonstop. And the other night something happened that was really weird with the Estes, where I was doing the same thing I've done so many times, and now I'm starting to actually speak to whoever's on the other side.
Yeah.
And I never had that before. So Emmy, Mackenzie, she was on, and she, at the end, she goes, you were having a conversation with somebody.
Wow.
And I am not, I am actually, I remember probably the first 3 or 4 minutes of when I go into a session, and then after I wake up, I don't remember anything in between.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I get those words off the box in the beginning, and then it just goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's interesting.
I don't know if it's all the meditation. I would love to get back into that other stuff again too, but I enjoy you guys. You guys are great. So if we can go ahead and get something together, maybe bring the Rathmans on with you guys too.
That would be fantastic.
Yes, thank you.
We could have a great time. I'm sorry for keeping you guys so late.
No, not at all.
You actually, you put us in a situation where we were
Blabbing
with you and blabbing with Austin, and he does inspire thought in us, and it was the whole philosophy of mind thing that we're doing. We started lecturing on it this year. We've been studying it for a little over a year or so. So when we get opportunities to kind of share the perspective, it's fun for us to kind of talk it out. And
oh, that's beautiful. I mean, that's why I shut up when that goes on, is because it's you just don't I don't mesh. You know what I mean? You have the meetings of the minds like this, and all I could do is rake it in. If I could get 1 or 2 things that I pick up a night talking with people of your capacities, I'm miles ahead.
it's very kind of you.
But it's not meant to be kind, Ron.
No, I understand.
It's meant, strictly in the fact that, as long as I'm doing this, I'm putting so much time into it, I would like to keep on trying to advance myself instead of just staying in the same place. So.
And then you're helping others, because when they watch it, they can learn something or take something in, or even just provoke thought.
Right.
That's good.
Right. That's what we try to do. We try to provoke thought. Like Austin said, we don't know everything, but we share what we learned, and we learn the stuff we're talking about now from studying other people. There are people who with videos and books and academic papers and who philosophy and physics and quantum entanglement. There's tons of material out there. You can start forming your own opinions and thoughts on this stuff if you just start accessing this stuff and read it. And by all means, if you come across a word and you don't know what it is, stop, bookmark, look it up. Yep. I had to do that for a long time reading stuff too. I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm not. I studied philosophy, but not on the level that I'm speaking to it now for a while. And so sometimes you have to stop. But if you approach the educational process like it's an educational process and not a test, then you will continue to find and learn new things.
We were going to go ahead and, I have 2 people from Ireland that are going to come on.
Cool.
And we're going to do a double from Ireland.
Nice.
Very cool.
Let's see if that works at all. So thank you very much for being here. And
thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we have fun.
It was nice to spend the night talking with yourself, and it was an extra bonus to have time to talk to Austin again.
Yeah, that's for sure. So you guys take it easy, and I'll keep in touch.
Please.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you again.
Do you want to mention anything before you leave as far as Staticom or anything?
You said it. You want to mention something else?
our website, Gonyak Paranormal, GONYAC, paranormal.com, and also entityvoices.com is Tony and Cherie's site is entityvoices.com. Ours is Gonyak, GONYAC, paranormal, gonyakparanormal.com. Both of which have stuff about the four of us. Each of those two sites has a tab or a page that's dedicated to Statacom clips, information, and stuff are on both of our sites. There's if you look on YouTube and look up Statacom, there's a page that's got Tony, Cherie, mine, and Lourdes' stuff, all like a collection of videos and stuff that we'd put up. And then I have my books on Amazon. If you look under my name, Ryan, there's 4 of them there now. 5th one underway, which will include an academic essay I just wrote and published on Academia.
Wow.
About the stone tape theory with regards to consciousness. So,
Okay.
that'll be in book 5. So thank you again.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Greg.
guys. Okay, Ron, Wards.
Have a good night.
Okay, have a great night.
Thank you.
Stay well, sir.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Where you guys at? Where you at? Oh, you're on a show? Oh, really? Okay. I just wanted to know where you guys were at. I just got off mine. Yeah. So I figured maybe we could meet up somewhere, but I guess not. I'll say hi to Emmy. Maybe she'll let me in. I'll go ahead and I got it. See you in a minute. Thank you. You know, or Chad, Mar- Nike girl. I don't know. Hi. Am I really? Well, I promise I'll try to keep it down to a minimum. Turtle? What would a flight have to do with it? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay. So and find you and kill you. Hot dogs and gumbo. Hot dogs. You know, they're down by my brother-in-law's place. They're like this big. Yeah, they are. Right. There was a boat with two guys in it that had a retriever with them, and they were going up and down this channel, and all they were doing was they would spot an iguana, and the dog would jump into the water and go over there and grab it, bringing it back like he was bringing ducks to the boat. Yeah, country ribs are the big fat ones. They're pork, but they're big. And no, uh, we got ribs on ours. We get ribs on ours. Oh boy, Emmy's having trouble there. What fingers? That was brought up last night. Oh no. What the heck was that? Did you see that, Wraith? You can't. It'll burn a image right into your brain. I don't need to see that. Oh my god. That's Joanne. Oh yeah. It's that Canadian instinct. That's okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there that a lot of stuff that I ate over there, I didn't want anything to do with anymore. Once I found out what they were. No, I had a guy a kid that used to come into the APO all the time, and this is when I was back at the APO all the time. And he came in and he would bring in these little green cellophane they look like little some sort of candy thing, but they had a stick in them. And you open it up, and it was a series of they look like meatballs, and they were and they and no, they weren't kangaroo. They were monkey. They were monkey. They were monkey balls. Yeah. And I got Anthony. Anthony, are you sleeping? You're it's going to have that image burned on your image is going to be burned on your brain. So so where do I know Nike girl from? Okay. Oh, cool. Sure. As far as hearing all the answers and everything, yeah, I understand. When we do one double, we used to do two doubles. Sometimes wanted to do three, but we had to figure out how to go ahead and get all the mics wired so there would be no confusion. And if you wanted to listen to a particular person, you could listen to their answers. And what? Yep, I agree. If I if if we had an answer for that, I think we would have incorporated it like a year ago. You, Remember that? Now there was that one. Well, there was that one girl back in the day that got all the moles of all the guys. Wow. A deformed ashtray. That's you really said that? Deformed ashtray. I gotta pink. Hey, where'd she go? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Her shoes. I'd love to. I'd love to be able to get something set up right. Where would we? Where would? Where would we put everybody? And everybody has to go through, like they would come through this computer here, but they'd have to be separated before they go into it. Well, there's only a couple of people that are doing it. Yep. Sure. Sure. Forest Lube. I don't think you want to see this. Oh, it's a donut. It's a donut. Slide, slide away. Yeah, that's unicorn chin. Stevenson. Charlie. Chad, did it really happen? Did it really happen? You're welcome. Yeah. What we got there? What you're looking for? Right. They don't. They don't have that many rooms. They have three rooms or three buildings. Well, they said there's two now. Yeah, they just condoms. They're building condoms down there in Fenners. I thought we were going to go ahead and make you building superintendent, Chad. No, there's not four building. I don't think so. They did it in Peoria too. Peoria, Illinois. There was a big encampment, a mental hospital that was all individual cabins. There were like 60 cabins. And if you worked well, if you listen to what they said and everything, they would put you over in one of those cabins. I down there. We go. Yeah. No, he's got that. He's got the damn cloak back there. No, you don't want to watch it. No, no, you don't need a shop. You want to get your ass out of there before you get burned. Yeah, you shouldn't. Oh God. Oh boy. Did you see the message? You can write it out. Write it out because I don't know. Emmy, Emmy, did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I? There's a message that I sent you, but yeah, but if you could type it out, that would be good. You got that. Uh, can we talk tomorrow? Because I got to go ahead, Emmy. No, I'm not. I'm. Are we going? Are we going by? Okay, we're going bye bye. I'm glad you're here, Howard. God, that had to be some crazy shit. You didn't answer me. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Really? Are you from up in Washington too, Nike? Well, I I automatically say Washington because I'm up there quite a bit. You're in Michigan, upper or lower? Oh boy, I'm sorry to hear that. Good. You know, we a friend of mine did those documentaries, and we did one on the circus train of 1918 that uh, was it coming down south by Gary, Indiana. Hey, Emmy, we're did you see Emmy? Did you see that message I gave you? And just write it down. Just type it out. That's the only time I shouldn't even ask her to do that. Like the girl, the girls are all running away. This is going to be boys camp. Yeah, you know that's what really made it really worthwhile tonight, and that's why after I got done with my show that I wanted to see, I wanted to make sure that Howard was there, and that's you know that's the most that's some of the most important stuff to talk about, right? Six. Oh wow. How'd everything go there? If you want me to add anything for what I say on Friday nights, if there's something you want me to add what I have, good. Is that in Mandeville? This is in New Orleans itself. Okay. Closest I ever got. Yeah, it's parishes by you, right? So my yeah, Dr. Feelgood. That yeah, Rolling Stone. Oh, really? Wow, that's horrible. I want to do the big witch doctor in New Orleans. Papa, whatever his name is. Papa, what? I don't. Did you have mine? Pop, he's the big guy down there. No, with the hat. Papa Czar. Papa Czar. Well, yeah, he's voodoo, right? Yeah. Is he a vampire too? God. Ugh. Where did it come from? Did they did they did, did they did they build them there, or were they brought in from the Orient? don't you gotta remember, don't take gifts from strangers. Yeah, yeah. We wow. We were at that store, Howard. I would oh, but I mean there in there there's a couple of those where Howard there was that one store you had on in the afternoon. Yeah, that's it. That'd be the place to go. Charlie, I got it. Yeah. Who did? Who did? Oh, how soon do our YouTube videos go up? Same night from the show from the okay. Thank you. I it was a real crazy show tonight. Those I had, you know, three real smart people. And I mean smart that blow you out of the water. I didn't, you know, just roll with it, cousin. I didn't roll. Oh, that's cool. I think Anthony's waking up. Yeah, there's no notices anymore. That's that. You know, we do need to change that format as far as notices on shows, notifications. There's got to be some way. Oh, that's up to you, Howard. It's your show. Oh, really? She was just on TV the other day, 2 days ago again. Yeah, well, no, it wasn't. But somebody went ahead and screwed. Yeah, yeah. Oh, she. You should have. You should. Yeah. Boy, you don't want to get those three together anymore. It would be Jackie. It would be One. I I really like One too, as a matter of fact. Well, yeah, I know. That changes, but that's still good. I I think they're all great. I really do. They're not like what the people here though. I'd like to meet. I would really like to meet her. Yeah, got to be. I think it's stuck on your phone on that page. It's Jake. He's got that big. He's got. Does she have clothes? Does she have a big personality? I. Oh, she's like the cooter wise. You're talking, but JJ. Are you saying that it was all being? You could see it live? No, no, that's what I mean. Oh, One is an exceptional woman. I ever since I first met her and started, she's would read for me. She is real good. And then Oh, yes, yes. It's Memorex. Memorex. Oh boy. You know that oh we had the last big event in Chicago, and everybody showed up, and I'm walking in with the people that from that first team, and we're walking along, and all of a sudden here comes I hear Greg. I turn around and look, and she's running across the rows of the chairs, and I'm going, and then she, it's like she's going to grab me, and I'm going, and all the people in the group are looking at me like, what is her problem? And I said, nothing. It's just Onay. It's okay. You know, yeah. But yeah, who's in the front? There's a line. There's there's a line. There's a line in the middle of your picture there. You see, Oh, I see you. It's the top of the computer, maybe, or whatever you got. Yeah, are you working tomorrow? Good. Good night. Good night. Thank you, girl. I thought. I thought. I think we're all gonna leave. Gotta. I gotta catch a helicopter. Yeah. Well, I used to. No, it wasn't any fun at all. And you know what? I was over there for 3 months, 2.5 months, working at the APO, and I had somebody called me up and from finance and wanted to go ahead and bring this. And there's a guy coming down from it wasn't even yeah, it was the Navy, and for recruiting for riverboats, and I should have done a damn job. Oh, thank you. But that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. I thought you said that pants were optional. You what? It's going to look like a bottle rocket. Emmy, whatever you do, take a hooded sweatshirt and put it over the back of your head because we don't know what Anthony's doing down below. Okay, cool. Yeah. Love you. See you later, Howard and Chad. Thank you, girl. Great. What is the rate doing? You're not a Biden here. Is that what's adios? Well, see you guys all. Nice meeting you. Thank you, girl. Thanks, Howard. Bye bye.